We try to rise from the last war, and in the fragile calm of peace, there are shadows who still know the score. While all our people dream awake, a star has blazed into the sky. A special team will face the stakes. They know that living is in the way we die. It takes a chosen few to do it armies can't do. Find the truth underneath all of the lies. Track a target, pursue, crack a safe siege coup. Lethal weapons and masters of disguise. Keep the nation alive, send entire defy. And know that certainly, whatever secrets you hide, all you powers that be, the dark lantern see. The dark lantern see. The dark lantern see.
Or is this the way we die?
Hey!
Every day is a new way to die with us. Hello everyone, welcome back to Clickety Clackety Roll to Attackety for our 6th day? This is 6th day, that's what I put in the thing. This is our 6th day of Charity Week, right? Benefiting...
It is day 6 of 7.
Day 6 of 7, that's right, benefiting Trans Lifeline. We have raised a significant amount of money so far, but we can do better. We can do more with your help. And we have this QR code in the doobly-doo over here. And, like, yeah. That's about all I have to say about that. You go to this QR code. You can also, for information on that, you can do ! Donate. With that thing that Nightbot just dropped, and what Will just dropped. And, yeah. Woo! Anything else on that note?
It's all happening!
Just that we've donated so far, we've raised $2,219 so far at Trans Lifeline. And Trans Lifeline, if you don't know what it is a grassroots organization that provides emotional and financial support to members of the trans community that are in crisis. And it was created for the trans community by the trans community. So it is a amazing organization that we are very happy to support this week, and also assist in their fundraising for Pride Month.
Indeed, it's an important time period to really be an ally to that community, especially given the things going on in our quickly heating up world in more ways than one. I'm in Texas. It's 101 degrees.
Oh gosh.
And yeah. But yeah, Trans Lifeline, I think you're right. I think it might be the only trans charity that's like almost entirely operated by people of the trans community. Something like that. Which is really cool. But anyway, please participate, help us out with that, and tune in tomorrow for our Avatar: The Last Airbender role-playing game run by my good friend Trevor. Our good friend Trevor. The reason I said my good friend is because I miss him, because I haven't played in a game with him for a while. But yeah. Cool.
I missed him because you keep killing him.
I want to kill him again, though! I want to kill him again! I miss killing him! But yeah.
Well, are you playing tomorrow? Because if he's the DM, you get to kill him like
You get to go multiple versions.
Yeah,
I'm the most permissible way to kill a character.
He asked me to play, but I couldn't because I had rehearsal, but then rehearsal got canceled, but the spot already got filled and I didn't want to
I'm just waiting for you to show up while he's on stream tomorrow, just sort of in the background of his camera and just sneak around.
Just with a knife. Just...
And then just sort of stop, press on his shoulders, just sort of kiss the top of his head, and then walk out as if nothing has happened.
I think you
Just to let him know that you
just
killed him.
isolated my brand as a streamer. I think you just isolated this whole channel's brand, actually. Anyway,
Killing Trevor.
showing up with a knife about to kill somebody, and then you kiss them on the head and walk away.
It's so cute, wholesome.
It's very wholesome.
I'm closing and locking and barring my door from now on in the stream.
Yeah, we're actually moving. You don't know where we live anymore.
Moving to undisclosed location. It's not just because of the rent hikes next year.
Oh.
Fine, I could just toss a Red Bull in some direction. He'll go chase it.
I will be
Red Bull is the drink of choice for
in the
drinks
next year or two. We will be me and my partner will probably be moving up to Portland, which I like. We were
That's awesome.
we were like researching like different places that have like cool temperatures, that are blue states, that are comfy, cozy, that also have like all the amenities of like good schools, theater work, and stuff like that. And Portland's looking like a really good option at this point.
No, that's where Helena and I are. I mean, that's
Also, I wanted to be close to you, and I wanted to be close to Graham in Canada, even though I believe he's on the other side of Canada.
Yeah, you're moving further away from.
No. I want to see him work that out for himself.
Yeah.
I don't remember where you live. I don't know. Like, you don't have like. Do you speak French?
Parlez-vous, fuck off.
That was a French eyebrow if I ever
That was
saw
very
one.
French.
Totes speaks French.
Okay, so no, he's not from the side of the country I think I'm going to.
And
Anyway,
which side do you think you're going to?
Yeah.
That's the real question.
I thought that was it. I thought wait. So the only two cities I know are Vancouver and Toronto. Like those are like the two things. And I've heard of
Those are
Ottawa.
the only two places in Canada. That's right. Yep.
Yep.
From my understanding, there's.
Spelling the myth of American education right now.
I do not intend to. I work in American education.
Buddy, somebody's gonna tell you about the story of Montreal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Montreal. That's right. I forgot Montreal.
Quebec.
Yeah. So there's Toronto, there's Montreal, and there's Vancouver, and everything else is snowy, desolated wasteland.
Yep.
Right? Like that's my image of Canada in my head.
This is why we currently have smoke from the fires, James.
Yeah.
Because no one's taking the proper
Yeah,
time.
it's that crazy up there right now. The snow itself has caught fire.
Yep, that's where I was going with that.
Oh god.
So, do you remember a few weeks ago when we discussed the fact that I could kill James?
Oh god.
I remember that.
Prosperity.
In all seriousness, Graham,
You know, you're Jon Snow.
I was gonna say your country rules, and we were looking at how to potentially immigrate there in the next couple of years. But then, you know what? Fuck you! I don't want to be anywhere near you. So,
So, as the duly anointed representative of the Ice Nation, no.
The Ice Nation.
the Ice Nation.
He just rejected your application before
Trevor.
it was even.
Little do you know that I am the Minister of Immigration for Canada.
I feel like Iceland would have something to say about this.
Or Greenland. technically.
I know.
Iceland is not an Ice Nation.
Greenland. I know.
Greenland
I
is.
know.
Yeah, that's always the thing, is that Greenland is not green, and Iceland is not that icy.
Yeah.
That is.
I think that was the point.
case. Yes. It didn't fit with my joke very well, though, did it?
Oh, God. Okay, anyway.
How we get
Hey,
to
James,
Yes.
I have one quick thing to say. Did you know that Greenland is actually not that green, and Iceland is not full of ice?
Holy crap! That's the most innovative.
Thank you.
Wow,
Well,
dude.
I wanted to give you some education, Will. I just felt like everyone else had said it at least once, so I wanted to make sure I said it once.
You know, I heard once.
Oh.
All right, everybody roll initiative.
Greenland. Okay.
Okay. Cool. Right. We should probably introduce ourselves because that's the thing we always do. Hi, James.
James.
He, him, teacher, actor, director, DM. Go.
Hi, I'm CS Graham. I'm a player, not a DM, but I do ruin James's life on a regular basis now, it seems. I'm
coming up there and ruining yours.
So what I do is I'm an immigration specialist for Canada. And it gives me great joy to say, aw, sweetie. Moving right along.
Oh, sorry, that's me. I was typing something hilarious in chat. Hi, I'm Helena. I'm also known as Kitty Crafto on the internet. I use both they and she pronouns. I am playing Professor, an alchemist artificer who may or may not have 8 hit points to her name right now and is terrified. That's it.
Hi, I'm Will. Will Wright on Twitch. I go by he, him pronouns, and my character is Zero. He also goes by he, him pronouns. He's a Warforged blade singer who has a bit more than 8 hit points, but is still scared for his life. Yeah, that's me.
Hi everyone, I'm Smuggles. I'm not a robot. I use he, him pronouns. And I will be playing Draska, who uses she, her pronouns. She currently has 6 hit points, but she is also my Diablo 4 character. The Diablo 4 character does not have 6 hit points, has way more than that. And is
hot.
She's really
great.
fine.
Yep.
Yeah. She could crush me.
On that note, hi, I'm Zach. He, him pronouns. I am playing Zalkro, the mind cleric, who goes by they, them pronoun. That's it for me.
How many hit points do you have? Sorry, I'm just curious.
Half.
Okay.
They're actually
Like
fine.
half?
They're
You,
actually in the
you might
double
make it
digits.
out. You might make it out alive. This is good.
43.
Oh.
They are clear.
And here's Music Box to screw us over.
Except Music Box was a ghost. Except not a ghost even. A scary.
The scary, annoying fish monster.
This is gonna be bad because now now if there's some way that Music Box does actually come back, we're just not gonna believe it, and we're just gonna
shoot him
stab
immediately.
Music Box.
To be fair,
You
I
already
shot
did
this
that.
one immediately.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's true.
That's true.
That was a smart move.
And I
was
was
very-
right.
And you were right. Yes.
Listen, I don't think anyone. I'm not. Yeah, I didn't disagree with you. No, I didn't disagree at all. Okay.
Yes, but I was right before that there was a discussion about it. It just
Yes, that's true.
You can tell us you told us so as this big scary giant crushes us.
I
Oh,
feel like that was
no.
slightly more sexual than you intended it to be, but
Or did I intend it?
like there's
There's
some
some-
like there's some
Like
popping
pride.
watermelon action going on here. that
There's
we don't know about.
there's also a little bit. It's a little bit of a It's some remnants of thirsty sword lesbians from
Yeah.
yesterday.
And
Just
It's
some
true.
of that's bleeding through. I think.
Remnant, I think you mean drippings?
Yes,
Right.
sorry, I meant drippings.
Are we ready to begin?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm worried. I'm scared, but it's gonna be great. Maybe
Don't be
we'll
scared.
make friends. We're gonna make friends.
After overcoming the toxic tunnels in the depth of the vault of an ancient tribe of goblins, the Kekhashrak, the party finds themselves at the forge of Gordon Ashlord. They approach the fire giant's domain under the premise of being agents of the villainous Shadow Cabinet. Rakshasas disguised as themselves. They have been invited to his chambers for tea. I would like to point out, because this wasn't clear, and nobody asked, Vera is not among you.
Oh no, we knew.
I think
Oh,
we,
okay.
I think it was implied that we
Yeah.
knew.
It was implied that, and then nobody cared, but that's good. All right,
Hopefully she's not dead.
I'm sure.
she's fine.
She's fine.
Yeah, she'll
She's
show up
fine.
during
It's she's fine. She's fine. Okay. James can't kill the NPCs of a game I'm running. Okay,
Legally not allowed.
so
I like the idea actually that you can be in the game, you can have combat stats, you can use those stats. They do not work.
oh right, isn't like Avatar is like a PG RPG. Like you don't kill anybody, you just like defeat them, like in Avatar.
Yep, no one's ever
war
died in
in-
Avatar.
Trevor's.
No, there was like two deaths in the original series, wasn't there? There was like Jet and somebody else.
Sorry.
I forget.
alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert if you've never seen
It's
Avatar:
been
The Last
out for a
Airbender.
while.
It's been out forever, and it's one of the most seminal pieces of animated
I'm
media.
still catching up on Korra, so calm down.
Oh, well,
no,
Isn't
no,
it by
sorry,
definition all the avatars die?
Yeah, but it's not
But
necessarily.
no, they don't
in
get
the
killed.
TV show.
Right.
See
It's
some.
not like
Also, there was
Yeah.
also literally the reason why Aang was slumbering for a century was because his entire tribe was murdered.
Yeah, there's genocide, but it's off screen, and nobody
Oh,
that we
Kyoshi
met
killed
did
that
it.
one dude.
Kyoshi killed that one dude, but that was in a flashback, and it was morally debated forever.
We're adding more and more qualifiers, which is ruining your own argument.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just eat shit then. Anyway,
That's all we've ever wanted.
It's a great movie. Or, I mean, show.
great show, fantastic
Did
show.
you just say the Avatar movie?
No,
was
I
great?
didn't.
Yeah,
It was
oh my
excellent. I
God.
don't like the movie. Oh my
Clip
god.
that.
No.
I love.
It is
I don't know what you're
a
talking.
movie.
I don't know what you're talking about. I loved that movie. I absolutely loved it, but not because it was good.
Like the way
What
people
does-
love the
What
Dragon
does
Ball.
divorce look like in your state? I'm just asking for you.
What? Oh. I didn't love hate it as much as I love hated Death Note. The Death Note movie, which I live tweeted my
Japanese one?
discontent. No, the American
Okay.
one.
The
That I-
Japanese one actually slaps.
Yeah, the Japanese one slaps. I've seen that. But anyway, let's continue. Fuck. Okay, we're 30 minutes in. So you all are in the center of this massive like forge room. You see around you goblins that are like observing a whole bunch of what look like prisoners chained together, moving hot bits of rock and metal with their bare hands onto other lines of production. I'm a lot louder than everybody else. Yes, I'm peaking. Shit.
Wow.
What are you peeking at? Sequence?
I hope everybody could be heard. Anyway, so there's tons. I'd say probably in this room alone, and you can see they go down several halls where you see more kind of running around, but in this room alone, you see what seem to be probably about 50 of these chained together people moving metal, hitting certain things. Some of them are getting like dragged out, thrown to the ground. You see one unbuckled from his chains among the group and dragged off down a direction.
Are they also goblinoid? The chained together.
They are
Everybody.
They are human. They are minotaur. There's like one or two minotaurs. There are surface dwelling goblins. There are elves. There's basically just a little hodgepodge of just about everything that you would have seen up in Drome.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, do you remember a few sessions ago when I asked whether the city had a homeless problem?
Oh yeah. That's an interesting.
Goradan, this like 20-foot tall, massive, jacked, dark skinned with like this burning red hair and beard, puts down his forge hammer and beckons you to follow. Come, I've had tea brewed.
He's Ganon, by the way. Viewers.
He's just Ganondorf.
He's just Ganondorf.
Ganon Daddy. Anyway.
Yep.
I will follow
I will.
without saying anything.
Yep, just gonna follow while tuning my senses to maximum, trying to perceive everything as I go.
Okay, make me a perception check, Basilisk.
Any second now. Do I get something for perception again? 19 plus stuff, I think.
19 plus stuff. Okay. Yeah, you're kind of taking stock of the entire area. You see everything that I've already explained to everyone. You notice that the focus is not on the central thing that's been being hammered on this massive platform where you can't see the top of it. But this ginormous furnace that seems to be heavily guarded by goblins and bugbears, as well as what appear to be large balls of fire wielding swords. You'd probably say fire elementals of some sort. You kind of map that there is that direction where that guy was being dragged, and you see more slaves being pulled out of that area. There's another tunnel where you see some more well-dressed goblins arguing over paperwork as they're coming out of and going back into. Yes. There's another tunnel that you don't really see where it goes, but it seems to be mostly unused. Not like no one's used it, but like no one's coming in and out of that one.
James, I have a question.
Yes.
Do I notice a bugbear friend nearby?
You do not.
As we're walking, can Professor walk up to meet Draska's pace, attempt to catch up a little bit, and she'll just put a hand on your forearm and cast some cure wounds on you. So you're gonna get just 7 more hit points. What's better than where you're at now?
That is double. So I am twice the fighter I was before. Never mind. That wasn't gonna work.
Hey, I'm as tough as Draska. Oh, I just
Somebody heal me even
more
more.
cure wounds. You want it? Yeah.
God damn it.
I'll also walk up to you, Basilisk, and give you some points here. Take 9 points of healing damage.
Ooh.
Healing damage. Healing damage.
Healing damage.
Mhm.
That's one of my favorite bits. Are you doing this discreetly?
I'm trying to, if I can. I am Schmoll.
You're Schmoll.
I'm certainly willing to aid in.
Who's leading?
I'm probably towards the front.
Probably, I think we had agreed that the Warforged would be more of a less of a.
Well, he's under the impression we're all Rakshasa currently.
We're all Rakshasa disguised as something else, right?
Yeah.
It's almost as if Tiger 5 is a cover.
For tigers.
Oh god.
We were literally hired by Rakshasa. How
That's
dare.
really funny.
On that note, yes.
One right there. No, I'm just saying the tiger in my background has been right there.
Ah, it's been that
The
one
whole
the
time.
Incredible.
When that starts moving, we all run.
Do you want me to roll a stealth or something, James?
No. I just rolled a I just rolled a perception with disadvantage.
Okay.
On that note, Goradan is kind of speaking aloud, and he just goes, "Some interesting forms you have chosen to take. I was led to assume that you'd be a little more inconspicuous."
I assume you're aware of the concept of refuge in audacity?
I mean, I'm a giant. I can't really disguise myself any other way other than making a large entrance. Anyway.
Droska understands that.
That's why I like this steel form.
I wasn't aware Rakshasa could become Warforged. Thought they had to have souls or something. There had to be a being that had a soul, but regardless. Come in. And he just, like, pushes open this door into this massive, drawing room that has a few bookshelves with a couple of large tomes on them, a fireplace, and you see this table where some tea has been set, as well as ladders leading up to some chairs for you to sit around, as well as bridges to the table themselves. It's like a whole construction that seems way too much, but there was some care put into this. There was some thought put into this.
Does he have like a whole Rube Goldbergian device for making tea?
The tea appears to have no, there's no Rube Goldberg advice, but you do see this massive teapot and a bunch of people your size, like probably about 6. Like, he's not that huge, but like a bunch of people like carrying this teapot that's probably the size of a large room.
Yeah, I was just expecting Xerxes to step off of this thing.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Come, have a seat. I'll give you some time. And he sits down, pulls a book off the shelf, starts flipping through it, puts it down on the table next to him.
How big are these teacups that we're about to be drinking?
Normal sized.
Oh, okay.
Excellent. You thought of everything.
Just being like,
Great. I'll climb up on a chair.
It takes you a minute. You have to climb a ladder, and then you take a seat as a slave brings your coffee to your tea to you from across this bridge, heading over to the chair.
Professor will thank them profusely.
I'm having flashbacks to when I was about maybe 5-ish when I went to
When
Legoland.
this happened to you?
No, not Legoland, Smurfland in Europe. All the the giant furniture, and you're only little.
I'm googling this.
oh wow.
I think the tea sommelier too. We do what
That's
we
true.
can here. So, state your business. I was told you were to come and check in on the progress of the key. It's almost done. We should be done by the end of the evening.
Well, that's excellent. That means we can retrieve it and be on our way, as number 1 requested.
I was under the impression that Sepper was going to come tomorrow, and you were simply to deliver the news as to whether he should come or not, or whether I should be killed.
We've had to step up our timetable due to unforeseen consequences of other people's failures.
Right, I heard about Eberron. It was a shame. He was one of my best. But, it strikes me as unfortunate that that your people have, dropped the ball again, so to speak. I mean, regardless, I still look forward to the world we're going to build together. Cheers! And he takes a sip of his tea. What do you do?
This is such a nerdy thing. What does the tea smell like?
I'm so glad you asked.
Okay, good.
Yup, I was thinking it, man.
You look down at the tea, and you barely notice it is tea for a second. It appears to be dark and Icarus, with still, like, popping bubbles. It smells... Honestly, it smells of, like, sulfurous gasoline. Yeah.
I guess tea is a broad statement.
That's true. As long
I
as
take
it's
a
in tea
huge
bag.
drink of it.
You have to assume that it's Professor, I think it'd be safe to assume that this is tea that was especially brewed for demons.
Mm-hmm.
Is the STP down the side of it, or
Zero, as you drink, make me a Constitution saving throw with advantage.
All right, I was gonna ask, is this poison?
Yeah,
but
it is.
That's 25.
25.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's not correct. Sorry, I have.
It's actually 30.
No, I have something activated. I shouldn't. 20.
Okay. Your physiology doesn't seem to be as affected by it, but you do staunchly seem to react negatively to it as it kind of corrodes your insides. But there's more of a effect that seems to mess with your mind a little bit that you just kind of shake off.
Droska looks to smell, being like, oh, it smells alright, and is about to take like the biggest gulp.
Do we have a mental link up?
Always and forever.
I'd say you do.
As I was experiencing that, I'm going, don't drink it, don't drink it, don't drink it.
Just send the barfing emoji a couple times.
Baus is just gonna waft it under his nose while purposely not breathing in, just to be like sort of trying to sell the image that he's enjoying the bouquet, and then just letting it air out. I'll come back to that never.
Why is this the scene from The Emperor's New Groove where Kronk is drinking the water and you see it just go? The professor will fake a sip.
That's what y'all are doing?
Mm-hmm. I actually want to do an insight check on him, whether or not he's actually happy about the world that he's apparently helping to build / destroy. Or if there's something else hidden there.
I think I understand what you mean. Can you elaborate?
I want to know if he's like totally on board with everything, or if he's more under duress, if he's
under duress.
Or there's another angle there.
Make me an insight check.
In theory, I can do that. In theory, I can very do that.
Theory.
That is a dirty 30.
Jesus.
Oh.
All right. Based on
that is the best I'm gonna roll all night.
Based on the way the way he's addressing you, and you kind of look up at the tomes and you see they're all written in giant. You see a map on the wall of Zendrick, as well as like these basically classy equivalents of posters of all of like these like big giant rulers. You get the sense that this guy is like extremely about his victory, and he's playing these Rakshasa. He thinks he's a step ahead of them, and he thinks they're building a world together, but ultimately he's going to come out on top. For what, you have no idea.
I'm going to switch to Speaking Giant.
Oh.
Because it's the first time I've gotten to do that this entire game.
Oh, cool.
Which, for slight background, I purposely picked a language that would be this world's version of, like, Proto-Latin or something, like a truly properly ancient language.
Yeah.
From your point of view, how does it all look from here? Are you getting what you want?
He kind of he puts down his tea and leans forward. Real quick though, before we continue, everybody who didn't take a sip or who faked a sip.
Me.
I am blowing on it because it's just too hot.
Said the guy pretending to be a demon.
All right, everybody, make me deception checks, and then I'll get to you.
Mhm.
I'm gonna ask you to repeat what you said after that.
I don't remember what I said.
How is it all going for you? How are you feeling about the?
That works.
Or are you getting what you want? Was one of the things you said.
Yeah.
Okay, 15.
5.
18.
What's the DC?
I'm not telling you.
Oh, okay. Then it's
If you want to add 3 to that, you can.
Okay,
the last
great.
one.
Oh,
Last one of the
amazing.
day.
Then it probably passes the DC then, because it's now a 9.
Okay.
So
Basilisk. He said he kind of. As you start speaking giant, he looks towards you, and he kind of leans forward and steeples his fingers, and just goes, "Ah, you've studied in giant," and he says, "So, I am confident that you will control the part of this world that you wish to, and I will control the part that I wish to. And both of our civilizations shall rise from the ashes and reclaim our birthright."
Can I sort of be streaming the translation of this to the group?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I admire your confidence. That's such a lofty goal, and I look forward to our continued mutually advantageous arrangement.
That's what we agreed to, after all. I build you what you want. I get you the information you want. And you supply me bodies.
Has the quota on that
We're finished. We plan to.
expanded?
We're finished. We plan to flush them all out by the end of the week.
Excellent.
Though we actually got. I've been meaning to ask you. There was someone pretending to be a bugbear that wandered in a couple of hours ago. You wouldn't have happened to seen them on your way in.
Well, one of ours?
No. They were. From our information, we believe they were some sort of agent of one of the governments. We're currently pumping them for information, but we were wondering if you could elucidate or illuminate the matter a little more.
If they work for one of the agencies of the many problematic governments we're trying to decapitate, it would be of our benefit to allow us to interrogate them.
Yes. Was it a changeling or some mage?
Changeling.
There's been a couple of those that have been a bit of a menace.
Exactly. We've been able to see through their machinations. There's a, Anywho. Make me a persuasion check, Basilisk.
Would this be with advantage because I'm speaking in his native tongue as a sign of respect?
No.
Well, I tried.
You tried.
I will just say that there is another game going on here, point-wise,
Oh, I
that you are
figured.
not privy to.
That is a 7.
7? Oh, no. We've got it, and if you wish to deal with it afterwards, that's fine, but...
If they've made it this far and they are an enemy agent, it would be best for us to know what they know so that we can route them effectively.
Well, we will tell you.
Also, I want to probably mention that this may mean that we might need to expedite the process even further. If one agent has already found their way here, I can't imagine one person is working by themselves. They're probably going to have other people looking for them.
Seems like
Agreed.
it's
You can't get the key finished faster.
The key requires time to set the dragon shards to attune, and for the heat to cool. I will have it ready in the morning. I gave you my word. I gave you my stipulations. This is going to be done right or not at all.
Well,
Fair enough. Though that
consider
does leave
yourself
us
lucky that Zephyr isn't coming.
Sepher understood that this was a relic of my people, and I am not going to make a cheap imitation of it just to expedite your process. We've had that discussion. I'm surprised that he did not give you that information.
We are tools of our master's wishes, and
Yes.
we are here to expedite things as necessary. We're here to do your job, and we will accept the terms as you lay them out. You are, after all, the expert.
I will allow you to stay the night. We have your quarters prepared. I simply ask that you allow some patience and privacy as we make our final touches. There's a lot that goes into the final ceremony, and the results of it being interrupted could be catastrophic for this entire complex, let alone the city above us. Not that you care, but
Perhaps
I would.
then we could ameliorate such concerns by giving these curious cats something to do. Like interrogating the prisoner that has so obviously garnered our concern.
I told you! We have it done. He loses his composure and slams the tea down on the table, and then he breathes. And he leans back and goes, "We have it under control. We will give you access to the prisoner after we are done."
Got him riled up there, friend.
I'm sorry, I have a fiery temper.
Oh
He
my
hits,
goodness.
he hits the table again, and everything kind of shakes and rattles like an earthquake a little bit. He stands up and just goes, "I will have you shown to your quarters. You look a bit weary from your travels, and I will allow you some privacy and some rest. If there's anything that you need, please let us know. You will have access to the library, but I must say that everything else is on lockdown until the end of the ceremony. So please, allow
There
me
will
the
be-
trust that I have put in you."
Will there be absolutely no opportunities for us to view the ceremony?
Make me a persuasion check.
Can I aid by smiling?
By smiling.
I looking cute.
No.
Oh,
20, 30, 20.
You're fine.
oh, that's fine.
Hopefully.
Well, yeah, let's not speak too soon.
The first part involves ancient giant secrets, but we will finish the ceremony in the morning. and I will allow you to be present for the final steps.
Well, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Also, thank you to an anonymous donation of $20 to Trans Lifeline.
Thank
Yay,
you.
thanks
Thank
so
you, anonymous donation.
much.
Much appreciated.
Amazing. Speaking of libraries, from where we're seated, did the professor get a chance to see what he was reading when he put his book down?
Do you speak giant?
No, but I found that giant tome in the desert, and I wanted to just see if I recognized anything about Zendrin on it, because the ancient texts we found were about the giants of Zendrin, and I just
Make me
curious.
make me a perception check with intelligence.
Okay. That's not terrible. That is wait, stop it. That's an 18.
Okay, you can't read most of what's on the binding, and it doesn't look particularly covered. It seems to be, though, from what you can see, something Kulsir. And
Kulsir.
on the front of it, you see this image of this regal storm giant.
Cool. She'll just lock that away.
While we're starting to walk back through the mind link, Draska will say to everyone, "Wow, that was wild. He is much larger and very loud, and when he gets very angry, it's because of his large size. It's really terrifying, especially when he smashes the table down. That's absolutely. I can't believe that's the first time all of us have experienced someone like that."
Professor.
By the way, real quick, Basilisk, since you can read giant, you did see what it is. It's right there, and it says the life and times of the last emperor, Kulsir.
Kulsir.
Droska, do you remember that time, right after the Harpy incident, when we were in that tavern with the halfling barkeep from that house?
Oh yes, the very skittish halfling barkeep. Yeah.
You were a little angry, and they were. I think that's
Sorry, I have to use the
similar.
bathroom.
Right.
Continue.
Do you think that was?
Well, you probably felt there how that halfling felt then, you know?
I guess, but I was also given the wrong drink after having just gone through the harpy incident. So I don't
It was
see how
understandable.
this person's trying to end the world. I think it's a very different circumstance.
Sure, but probably not to a tavern keeper in the middle of nowhere. And you know what? Never mind.
Which is actually the name of the inn. It's called
Yeah.
the Middle of Nowhere.
What are we
I like
thinking
it.
about this ritual? I'm curious about what we're
Well-
not supposed to be seeing. Even as Rakshasa that are supposedly in cahoots.
This is a lost art that only the giants know. They don't want to give away their few secrets.
It sounds like Zephyr's taken a understanding approach, and there's been some negotiations, some promises made. Not sure if they're going to be kept, but
Also, as much as we are obviously excellent at deceiving, I'm sure he is probably not trustworthy of anyone who hasn't been working in these mines with him.
I mean, he's clearly intending to screw them over, right? And was I reading into that, or?
Possible.
I mean, it feels, if I'm being honest, like everyone's trying to screw everyone over.
Remember when he was like, when we were talking about changelings, and he was like, "We have," and he like stopped talking.
Yes.
I think he's got plans on how to like figure out if Rakshasa are among his people, things like that. You know.
He's
While they're
definitely
having
controlling information.
while they're
Sorry.
having this group tank going on over here, I want to keep him distracted off of them. Obviously, kind of sharing meaningful glances and mind
So,
speaking,
Kat-
and just.
Oh no, he's left, hasn't he?
Oh, he already has.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, I
I
think so.
misunderstood. I just thought it was James got up. I didn't realize that the giant
Oh
did
no,
as well.
I got it. So have you left? He has asked some goblins to escort you to your quarters,
Oh,
okay.
and he has basically picked up his book, and he has turned and he has walked in, and he has walked over to a door that pulled out a key, opened the door, and entered this room and closed the door. And you are being led back out into the main hall.
I think we're having that discussion
Yeah.
mentally.
As we're
we go.
walking, we're
Yeah.
Sorkin walking.
Then never mind
so-
me.
Should we try to stop the ritual, like before it even happens?
Well, he did say that it would perhaps collapse this entire
said
complex
it-
as well as the town above if there's interference.
He said if something goes wrong, it will. And to be fair to him, I mean, he's working with demons and all that, but he sounded concerned about that.
Right.
I don't think he wants that to happen.
He'll-
Except he was talking about exterminating all of his slaves too, so.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. What we have right now is a bunch of weakened individuals who definitely could not fight all of these people on our own at our state. So if the ritual is going to finish tomorrow morning, we could actually rest and recover and be in a better state to fight back. Or we could try to interrupt the ceremony early and also get Vera out. But the question then is we would need to have an escape plan because I have not been keeping good track of these corridors to be able to actually know how to get out of here without getting cornered.
Problem
Basil,
is that I have been keeping track, and there's too many and too long of a tunnel complex. There's too many of them. They chase us down before we'd get too far. We need something a little bit more immediate.
I lost track of that conversation you were having with him earlier, but did he say that he would give the prisoner to us at all, or was that was just a direct no?
When they're done.
After
When they're
done, which I would like to try and
I don't like that. but-
facilitate circumventing that. I have another angle I'd like to try. I would like to ingratiate myself a little bit with him by going to his library and trying to get on his good side.
So as you're walking and as you say that, you pass this massive door. You look inside and you see some patrolling goblins kind of going between these massive and small bookcases. It's like a mountainous region of bookcases. Hundreds of tomes in this massive room with ladders. In the very center, a little reading area, and right behind it, a large reading area with a single chair. This is the library right here, and about here is when they stop, and across the hall from the library is a door, and the goblins just kind of direct you towards that door.
I veer off and go to the library because he said we do have access to that.
I would like to go with you
I'll
just
go
to
with as
look
well.
around and well, I'm curious.
If it's okay with the party, Draska is going to, at the very least, before we go any further, probably gonna go to our dorms and take an hour of short rest to recover at least a little bit, so that she's at least a little more fighting shape in case things go wrong.
Really not a bad idea. I do want to go to that library though, so I'm going to accompany Basilisk.
Okay, so who's going to the library?
Yeah, there's something I want to look up. I'm going to the library. I don't want to leave Roscoe alone, but
Don't give in to peer pressure.
I picked the thing I want to look up.
No,
Taraska
Droska
will
needs the hit
absolutely be fine. She is going into her room. Wait, please. Actually, I'm not going to say that because that's going to be the type of thing you clip and then fast forward to Taraska being in terrible danger.
Well, last
jumped it,
time we
jumped it.
left a teammate alone, they died in a flying, or rather crashing, lighthouse. So.
But that was in Sky. We are underground.
Oh yeah, that's better.
Very different.
Underground.
You can only go up.
Literally
From here.
1 trillion tons could just.
Yeah, like you can only go up, but there's a lot of things that can come down.
Including the entire city.
So Draska, you kind of push open the door, and it's a very, very like well furnished, like guest suite, with 5 beds, that all kind of surround a little table with 5 chairs, with what appears to be a relatively large dragon shard in the middle. That is kind of set in place. It's about the same kind of decor and quality as that drawing room that you had tea in. Meanwhile, the rest of you walk into the library, and some of the goblins regard you with suspicion and just kind of turn away. There appears to be one goblin with a very furrowed brow, with some more like flowy robe attires, that has rings adorning all of his fingers and jewelry, regalia, including like this massive headpiece that appears to be like the shape of a goblin's face. And he appears to be like flipping through several books. And he kind of looks up your direction and then looks back down and doesn't regard you.
I follow suit and treat him with the same level of casual indifference, and I start kind of perusing the area, like what looks not the dustiest tone, but what looks the most prized.
Maybe an investigation check.
Can do.
I'm gonna go into Aaron Decanis is in his library mode and assist Basil in finding whatever information he needs.
All right, you can roll that with advantage. What are you doing, Professor?
I want to look for if there is some sort of organization to this library, the section about magic and ritual, if there is such a section.
Make me an investigation check as well. Beacon, what are you looking for?
I am looking for any information that might be in his library about the giant and Corey war, or if it's even relevant, only because of the run-in that we just had and where we are right now.
All right. Basilisk, what was your investigation check?
28, and I will add a little addendum. The idea here is I want to find something that is an obvious discussion piece, something that he maybe not necessarily displays, but something that he'd be happy to talk about. Like I want something that it sort of seems to be like it's positioned to be a discussion piece.
That who'd be?
That the giant would be finding, like I'm assuming something in giant. So the long-term plan here is I want to find something that I can ingratiate myself by going like, "Oh, that's interesting. Read it," and then like, "Hey, buddy, let's talk about
Okay,
it." Oh, and by the by,
with that kind of role, I'd
Mhm.
say that your eyes are immediately drawn to some of those giant tomes
Mhm.
that are still pretty large, but appear to you see another copy of the book that he was reading.
Mhm.
You see a whole bunch of books regarding the the Kulsir Empire, the Sulat League, the Kordan Empire, the Eshtarn Empire, and a book called The Group of 11 and the Quarry. Um, and they all appear to be under a section that just says Giant History, and all of it is
Is it the big book of giant history?
it's like a big giant history section. Um, Professor, what were you looking for?
Books about magic or ritual from a giant perspective, but I rolled an 11.
An 11.
Yeah.
You would have been brought over to the same area that Basilisk was, but it's hard to tell from here, especially because you can't read. That like if any of these have to do with magic or rituals.
Gotcha.
There's about 20 books in this small little section. But it would probably require multiple people to get a book out of there. Beacon, what are you looking for again?
Any information on the Quarry and Giant War?
Quarry and Giant War. Do you speak Giant?
I do not, but I speak Quarry. So if anything, is taken from that time period, if
Okay.
it pops out to me in that regard.
And what was your investigation check?
Oh, I have not done one yet. I think I am going to cast Enhance Ability on myself to give myself advantage on intelligence checks because
Perfect.
I'm not the smartest.
Yeah.
But
No, continue. I was thinking.
nope, gotcha. Ba-ba-ba. That'll be a 15.
15. You find a section regarding a bunch of different, like, an anthropology section essentially, and you see books on dragons, drow, humans, monsters, quote unquote, and a book on quarry. I'm gonna start with Basilisk and Professor because you're in the same section.
I think for the sake of ease, and maybe for more an immediate interest, you said that there was a medium-sized people version of the book that he was reading, yeah?
Yes. In fact, I'm gonna retcon what I said, and this entire there's a kind of retcon it. There's a medium-sized section of this giant book section.
Okay.
All still written in giant.
So I'll find a smaller version of the book he was reading to stay topical. Like, well, what did you think of this part, kind of thing? Like, that's kind of the thing he's going for, and then trying to help her find whatever she's looking for. But there's going to be a bit of a hurdle there, obviously.
Okay.
So it's a case of like he'll be kind of walking through, like holding the book, flip, and just sort of like reach for something to hand to her, and then flip, do the same thing.
Yeah, if you see strange symbols or something, just hand it to me because the symbols I can probably decipher in some way.
Professor, make me another investigation check with advantage. While you do that, the first thing that comes to mind is the first thing that you kind of flip through is the book he was looking at, correct? Okay. So, are you going to take time to read these?
This one specifically, if I can do that in a reasonable, like I imagine he's not necessarily like an uber speed reader, but he can read at a pretty reasonable clip, I imagine.
It's encyclopedic and there's like sections, and so it's kind of hard to parse, but you can probably find something. Make me a straight intelligence check, Basilisk. Professor, what'd you roll?
Well, James, with
With
advantage,
advantage?
I rolled a 2 and then a 2. So 8.
8. That hurts.
It hurt.
Basilisk isn't. Yes, Zero?
How big is the book the giant version of the book Basilisk is trying to read? Because I could help him read half of it, if that's the case. If it's big
His
enough.
is medium sized.
Yeah, but the copy of it, could I take the
that one?
copy of it and also read like the
That
back
one is
half?
about the size of like a
Reading
closet.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, the
Don't
giant
think-
books are like that
Yep,
big.
never mind. I will help in any way I can. I don't know if I can though.
Okay, I'll give you something. Professor, you, wait, how did you get 2s when you're an intelligence caster?
I rolled 2 2s and then added my investigation, which is a +6, so that's an 8 and an 8.
Okay.
Did you want me to cast something? I'm out of spells.
No. I was just curious.
Yeah,
Just
I mean, I literally add a +6
Yeah,
to
okay.
investigation. Yeah,
I just thought you actually rolled a 2, and I was like,
yeah. In total, 8. Rolled a 2.
Can I do a slight retcon that may help something? As we were walking through these, and obviously you can tell me no, but when you detect magic, like I'm kind of just like eyes kind of just flash for a second, and then they return to normal. But I'm doing detect magic to see if there's anything that I could just pluck from somewhere as we're walking through that little aisle. That is the wrong word, and it's been that kind of day.
okay.
Smile.
I don't know.
Shelves. Through the shelves. Through the aisles of shelves.
Road, yeah, I can't. Stacks. I think maybe that's where I was going with it.
Stacks on stacks on stacks, baby.
Also, I don't know if this was mentioned, but Leitana gave Professor inspiration to find that book.
Oh my goodness. Wait, James, could I
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Sorry, I'll do this while y'all do your other thing. Alithana, thank you so much. That's a 10. I'm not rolling well anymore, y'all. Oh,
So it's a 10?
I was a 10 in total.
Okay.
It's so sad.
I think Tiger 5 is Tiger fucked.
Well, I also think, I mean, from a story perspective, Professor is probably so at the end of her rope at this point. Just like really, really tired, having run from Droska probably took a lot of energy out of her. So it makes sense that she's not with it.
And not music box and the weird kind of pseudo abolithy thing, the fucked up fog.
Like maybe she should have taken a nap.
Yeah.
Maybe
Not
she
only are
should
we
have
physically
rested.
drained, we are also emotionally drained.
Yeah.
But this is why they pay us the murder box.
Yeah.
Okay. The detect magic picks up one book that I'm going to say that 10 was actually able to help with this as well. That appears to be actually also a spell book, partially. And so that appeals in the sense of, oh, got magic, so probably some giant magic sort of stuff. And that's the book on the Sulat League, which is called the Sulat League and Associated Arcana. And I will link in the group chat some of the spells that are in the binding.
Sorry, Salat League and associated what?
Arcana.
Arcana.
Got it.
I could probably make use of those.
So, I assume you're going to take some time to read these?
Yeah, I think maybe at that point, having just kind of realized how exhausted she is, she'll like show it to Zero and be like, "Did you want to go and like rest and read this?"
That would probably be to all of our benefit, honestly.
I'm
should
honestly a little drained, so this could be good. And you and I have read many a book together at this point. And she's thinking
Right,
back to the other bookstore where you read half a book and she read half a book. We're very
Yeah.
good at it at this point.
I'll tell you what I've learned.
Excellent.
Maybe I'll show you.
Explodes.
Cave in.
So,
Oh my god.
So Professor's just going to bed?
Yeah, she's gonna take the book
Okay.
back to the
All right, I'm just gonna start with Basilisk. So,
I rolled a 14 on that intelligence.
okay, that's enough. So, the Kulsir Empire was the preeminent empire, kind of uniting all of the giant clans. It was led by a titan by the name of Kulsir, that was also considered like the patriarch of the storm giants. From Zendrik, they led an empire that spanned most of the world, and they developed a thriving society with large infrastructure projects, magic beyond even our wildest understanding. However, the empire was brought low by the invasion of the Quarry all those years ago. The giants were the one at the forefront of that conflict, and Kulsir, according to this novel, brought down the fury of the heavens upon the Quarry, devastating large parts of the world. And finally, with the power of something called let me look at my notes, something called the Eye of Kulsir, which he used to finally banish the Quarry from this dimension, from this
How do you
plane.
spell cool seer?
CUL apostrophe SIR. Why isn't the banner with the current goal at the top of the overlay? Because I didn't know. Well, I knew how to do that about 5 minutes before we started, and I was unaware of how to rearrange all of the things. What is our current goal?
It was 2,000 or something.
Our current goal is 2,500 because we passed the 2,000 yesterday.
Nice.
We are currently at 2,239 so far.
Incredible. And so let's
Amazing,
keep pushing that. Over the break, I'll see if I can figure out the overlay. But yeah, so that's the gist of what you read. Though it's very vague as to how a lot of that played out. It reads like just a legend in this idea of like, oh, he rained the heavens down from the sky, but that raises an eyebrow for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But
say those exact words again for me though. It was the heavens.
He rained the heavens from the sky, and through something called the Eye of Kulsir, he banished them from this plane. Beacon, you, as you read about Quarry, I assume you cast Tongues to read Giant.
Tongues does not allow
It
me
does
to.
not allow you to read. Okay.
Correct. So unless something's in Corey, I'm probably at a loss for the most part.
Okay. You can't pick up much from what you're reading, but there are a few Quarry words in there, because it refers to a lot of like tactics and different types of Quarry and things like that. The only thing that appears to be a translation of a giant word into Quarry is something called the Anchor, which is towards the end, and it seems to be equivalent with the Quarry word for their banishment from this plane. So something called the anchor is associated with how they were shut out.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir.
Awesome. Moving over to Hammer. You're asleep?
No, I'm joking.
Okay. Anything you're doing in particular?
Nothing. I mean, Draska was very honest. It was that she wanted to take some time to rest and recover and process everything, and also take some time to just get herself back in before, just in case we needed to get into a fight, because she knew how rough the last one was for everyone. So she is like actually finds whatever bed. What are the beds like? How do demons sleep?
These are very like luxurious, golden bed frame, kind of tacky beds.
Oh, so they live in
Lavish
fun
luxury.
style. Amazing, great. So Draska is
You get the
going
sense
to.
not all demons live this way, but certain kinds do.
Nope. This is my one reference point. All demons live this way. So she like grabs. I assume there's nothing like nothing like a human person can drink around here, like a ale or something.
There's a
Service.
there's a liquor cabinet.
Oh, this is great. This is the best day ever. She is gonna grab a shot of something, and take a swig, and then unwrap the wrappings, the fighter wrappings from her hands, and
I was
give
gonna
them a
say,
taste.
yeah, it is basically all Fireball. It's you see
It's
something.
all fireball.
It's all Fireball.
You
It's all
see-
cinnamon whiskeys.
She just drinks it and goes like, takes me back to college.
There's a faint thrumming of do 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 do.
Yep. But yes.
But she's going to unwrap her wrappings, take her trench coat and hang it up, and then she's going to be like lying like on the pillow, this, like fist on her head, and also her left arm is going to be by her side. And Professor, if you do enter and notice Draska, you would notice that Draska may not be aware of this, but she is firmly holding the pen in her left fist.
Right before Professor enters, the pen speaks to you.
Well, no one respects private time.
There is much to be learned here. And there is much power within these halls. Ah, yes. From the hall of the slaves we saw, there is great power if you are willing to grasp it.
Can I take a quick nap first before we
course.
go around
I'm simply
grabbing
helping.
power?
Of course.
What power are you talking about? Key?
No, there's more.
Like giant power?
Like items of great magic.
Oh, now you had my interest. Now you have my attention. This is not going to be something that disrupts ritual, though, because that could collapse everything.
Oh no, I'm just I'm just commenting on. I'm just commenting on what I've noticed.
Okay. Yes, you're. Sure. Yeah. Just commenting on what. Okay. Yes.
Are you saying this out loud?
I think she's. It's like mumbling to herself.
Professor, you walk in on Draska laying down on the bed, holding the pen, and just like eyes closed.
Oh, well, okay.
Hey, Draska.
Hmm.
Did I interrupt a conversation?
Da.
Careful with that word down here.
I thought they weren't. I thought they weren't. I thought they were all in disguise.
No, I'm pretty sure there were goblinoids out.
Yeah,
The area.
there are goblins down here. Lots.
Oh,
I mean,
with the
it's
goblins.
fine in here. Of
I thought
course,
they were
but-
all Rakshasa pretending to be goblins.
From what you understand, you were the only Rakshasa here.
Ah, got it.
Allegedly.
The
Okay, Squirrely Dan. It's just something about where the place where we saw all the people grabbing fire with their bare hands, those poor people. Just something about there's like lot of power there, felt lot of power there, so like
Well,
looks
they're
like
contributing to some sort of war machine. I would assume.
no, or there's like some sort of magic item that could be used,
Really?
could be helpful.
What type of magic item? Do we
well
know?
well allegedly it was just an observation and not like expectation of me to do anything about it, although and like looks at the pen. It's like, we both know that you never just offer information without expecting something.
Well, maybe after resting up, we could take a look and just, as quietly as possible, just see. And Professor will like sit down on the bed with the book she found. I can't pretend that I fully condone your use of this pen, but I will say it's come in handy for us, and I don't know. If you can hear me, and she kind of like speaks loudly to the pen, we do appreciate your assistance. And we would like to just keep you on our side for at least a little bit longer.
Did we go over I don't remember if everyone had like had actually we'd actually discovered if anyone had actually heard of Keeper of Secrets.
I hadn't, but I know where to look it up when we're back
got
up
it.
top.
That's
Yeah.
what it was. Okay. Duraska listens to see if there's any acknowledgement of that.
Any acknowledgement of what?
Of what Professor was saying, of the like, thank you for your help and blah blah blah.
There you feel a sense of how do I explain this? You yourself find yourself just kind of nodding and bowing a little bit in like, of course, but like you have no idea why you would.
You're just doing the drowsy Bob.
Huh?
Yeah.
Worst haircut you could get.
Back. So you sit down and you start poring over the book.
Yeah. Even if it's in Giant, I do want to see if there are things I can glean from it.
You are in luck. While it is in Giant, you do find that there seem to be some equations
in it that appear to, while mostly in giant script, make me an Arcana check.
Okay. And also, Zero, did you come back to the room with me to look over this with me? Did I make that out?
So you had mentioned, yeah, I would.
If you wanted,
You were gonna-
I know you
I
mentioned.
thought that you were going to sleep and then gonna look at it later, but
Oh, it was gonna
Oh.
be like bedtime reading.
then
Is that okay?
yes, I would have come with you, and I would suggest that we take this book for
But it's
further
library.
perusal because I feel as if I could learn a lot from it given some length
Some
of time with it.
Absolutely. Let's
I'm
see if
waiting
we
for
can
that
decipher
headdressy
any of this.
goblin kind of
Also,
just
I don't
lose
like
shit.
this. I don't like the spell list I gave you, and I'm going to give you another one next session.
Okay. I rolled a 17 Arcana.
Okay.
Now
So-
I'm rolling okay.
So, so, strangely enough, these equations match exactly the magical equations that you've seen. What's it called? Which one is it? The you see equations for lightning rails in here that kind of match it and just use different kinds of magic, which is significant because the craft was only ever mastered by the gnomes, used mostly by House Orion and House Conith. It's like a very it's almost like fission, like nuclear fission. It's like ridiculously difficult to put together. That's not what it does, but it's probably capable of some real damage. From what you know about ancient giant society being highly advanced, they probably got to this kind of technology way before you guys did. And it seems like the fire giants were the ones who pioneered most of the technological and magical advances in said society.
Cool.
That's fascinating. This book must be thousands of years old,
Yeah.
or at least the text within it.
It appears to be copied because it's rewritten in more modern script. It's written in modern giant. It doesn't seem like an ancient tome. You get the sense that maybe the large book that matches it is probably an original copy.
You got the abridged reprint.
You got the
With
second
forward
edition.
by some person.
The second edition delivered 10,000 years later.
Huh.
But yeah. Back in the library though, Basilisk and Beacon.
I had one thing I wanted to do very, very quickly.
Yes.
As I'm kind of flipping through this, and I'm gonna like sort of scratch at my side of my neck, and I'll try and call out to Vera, just using the tattoo. Just I don't know if you can hear me, but we're nearby. Try and hold out for as long as you can. I'm trying to get to you.
There is no response.
Do I pick up on that? Are we close to each other, or am I at like a different desk?
It would have been
Directly
to
to
her.
Vera.
Using our tattoos, not the
Right. I was more like, did I see you like reach for it at all, or was I like so far away that it's not even within my perception?
You're probably on opposite sides of the library right now.
Fair enough.
You're overlooking at the book on Quarry, and you're overlooking at the life and times of Coolseer. Yeah. Beacon, what are you up to as you kind of pour through this book?
If that's really all I can find in Corey and nothing else is in any form of common or wait, you said there was a book on Drow. It wouldn't be in Elvish, would it?
Make me an investigation check.
Sure. Is it still within the hour since we got in here?
Yes.
Cool. 13.
Okay. The one there is not, but as you pour through the shelves, you find that there are some copies of some of these that are in Goblin. Do you speak Goblin?
No.
Okay. Yeah,
Play
it's
character.
literally just like Goblin and Giant in here, unfortunately.
Then I'll go back.
Anywho. Basilisk is the last one that's in the library. Actually, hold on. Let me roll something.
There's a book fall out of place and spush Basil. That's okay.
Okay. Beacon, as you pour through these books and you are just trying to find something you can read, you hear a voice from behind you. Funny, we haven't seen Rakshasa in this library in a very long time. And as you turn around, that head-dressed goblin is like arms crossed and tapping his foot.
Well, we don't have quite the selection in the demon wastes, so we take our opportunities where we get them.
Respectable. As I imagine is the case with demons, a lot of my people don't respect a good book. Anything in particular you're looking for?
Well, yes, actually. I don't speak much giant, but if you wouldn't mind translating, I do have a couple pieces that are of interest.
Make me a persuasion check.
Okay. $23.
Shit. Guess you demons aren't so all-powerful after all. And he kind of wanders over and he pours through. He's like, "What are you looking for? This is a lot of just like light reading. What information are you looking for?"
Well, you see, I probably should have mentioned this to your master, but we had a little bit of a run-in with, what seemed to be something of, in connection to the Cory spirits. So if, in your tunnels back there. So if you wouldn't mind starting with this one.
He pours through it and he just looks through there and goes, "Well, we know that Cory are capable of bonding with basically any being that can dream. So that's probably what you ran into. I don't know, there's not much on Cory in this library except for stuff on, like, how the whole Cory giant war thing panned out. But a lot of it's contradictory, a lot of it's legends, a lot of it's stuff like that. All that we can really get from any of that is that the giants kicked their asses, and then the dragons came in, swooped in, and took credit for it.
Fair enough.
But like, we're in a giant library, so they obviously have a bias here.
This is true. But maybe my companion may need some assistance on something more specific?
What am I, a librarian? And he kind of looks over and sees Basilisk kind of looking through some books. Hey, you!
Yes?
Yeah, you! What are you looking for?
Oh, I think I found it. Unless you can recommend something more interesting or currently engaging your master's attention span.
Well, maybe a persuasion check. With advantage.
I was about to ask.
Persuasion, you said.
He seems to be like really trying to one up y'all and seem like he's ridiculously more important than you. He's like, oh, demons walking in your fancy Rakshasa with their capes and their claws that are backwards because they're so extra. Huh. That's
Zach
not the vibe you're getting from me.
With a goblin
That
pope
feels
hat.
exactly that way about Rakshasa as this goblin does.
I rolled an 11.
Stupid tigers.
11. With advantage.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, I don't know, nothing in here. They cleared out a whole bunch of stuff and took it to the lab while they were working on whatever the fuck Gordon's doing.
You wouldn't be able to give us a sneak preview, would you? Quite interested.
Well, okay, so this is technically my building. Like, this is Kekhashrak. This is a Kekhashrak vault, and we've just kind of rented it out to y'all. And the biggest reason is we have the largest forge on this side of the continent. He's using it.
Allow me to restate my previous statement as your tenant, not your master.
Thank you. I was assuming you meant that. But, he's working on something he's calling the Key of Kolsir. It is something that is supposed to be able to emit some sort of signal, that will reach, the object you guys put in the Ring of Severus. If you ask me, this whole, like, ritual business is just a bunch of bullshit. All he really needs to do, to be honest, to finish it, is to, put it in the forge, attach the dragon shard, burn it to fuck, and then let it cool. And that's literally all that he kind of needs to do to get that thing ready. And once it's ready, you guys will have it, but I wouldn't bother him about the ritual if I were you. We lost a couple of goblins over us doing that. When the last one of you fucks came in and tried to pressure us to pressure him, because, you know, tigers, pussies, you know.
I would have wandered
like,
over at this point. Sorry, you were saying.
You know. That was it.
Speaking, I mean. You
No,
were
I
saying
was just laughing at him being like,
Hmm.
tiger pussy. Ah.
That's
So
exactly
are
what he
you-
sounded like too. That was it.
Are you saying that he's been stalling?
I wouldn't say that. If I could say that to get to pit y'all against each other, I would. But I'm an honest goblin. So, I'd say that
He's glorifying the situation. Is that?
this is a big deal for him. He thinks that, like, this will bring back the Empire. This will create a new world for him to rule over as the new Kolsir and all this shit. And so he wants to put a bunch of pomp and circumstance behind it, use a bunch of the old giant rituals that I don't even think actually do anything, but what the fuck do I
A
know?
lot of pomp and circumstance and anointing oils, I'm assuming, is where this is going.
Mostly it's etching runes on the damn thing. Like,
Functional runes?
there
or...
are like 4 functional runes on it, but there's gonna be like 80 of them. But like only 4 of them actually do anything. And so like, I don't know. But
self-important filigree.
it's, he wants it to look pretty. He wants it to be momentous. He wants to once you guys and he take over the world. He wants to put it in a nice cabinet next to his throne.
I feel like you have some animosity because he's trying to do the exact same thing your people are trying to do. The Khani Empire, giant empire.
When we got into this arrangement with you fucks and that guy,
the whole idea was that we would be more in charge than I think we're gonna be. If I'm gonna be honest, and he kind of like steps towards you and crosses his arms, and he goes, "How many people are you promising a piece of the pie? Because we were promised Corvair, he was promised Zendrick. You guys are gonna have Corvair too somehow. So who gets the bigger empire? Are we all gonna go to war with each other for conquest of the planet? And what about the fucking dragons? When are we dealing with that?"
Let me answer your question with a quote from a colleague. I believe it was a representative of Onder who once asked a Rakshasa, why have they not taken over the entire world if they are so powerful? And they responded, haven't we?
Ominous. Yes, Basilisk.
First of all, that was great. I just want to point out this is probably the smartest character that we've actually run into this entire game.
I love
For
this
real.
character.
Some super info dumping from the rando goblin.
Well, he's unhappy. He doesn't like his conditions.
Well, he's right in the middle of like just basically he knows all the hot goss and he just sees people that he could throw tea at, and it's just great.
He knows he's being fucked over, but he's like towing the line, so he's just like, I'm just gonna say it. Fuck
But he's doing this whole like just geopolitical analysis and then going like,
I'm fully aware of the situation. You don't need to tell me about it.
I just want him to be
Honestly,
in every
he's
game
info dumping
forever.
so much. Honestly, he's info dumping so much because you guys rolled so horribly on everything.
Oh, okay. Whoa.
Well, I guess just go fuck
except
yourself.
for Basilisk, he did really well.
I stand by my prior
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
You're welcome. But
I love this guy.
yeah,
We can keep him.
new favorite NPC.
Yeah.
Unnamed goblin.
Regalia goblin.
that's the funny thing too, is he's talking about like pomp and circumstance. Ooh, he's all flashy and glowy. He's the height of fashion.
I
He's gotta have
called
this.
him the Goblin Pope earlier.
And he's got this big hat, and he's got like all this jangly stuff. As he gesticulates, it's just like rings and bangles and stuff
That
moving
inflatable
around.
2-bar man.
Yeah, exactly. What did you just share?
It's
Who? What? Oh,
it's the guy from Shrek 2 when they come in and like, oh, we're with the Union. He goes, oh. Really? Oh.
He kind of looks up at all of you and just goes, I thought you'd kill me at this point.
The night's still young.
It would be a
Ominous.
great and terrible shame to dispose of such a actively appropriate resource. An intelligent person is in short supply in this world, and it would be a disservice to everyone involved to remove you.
With respect to Lord Ashlord, wow, that really runs, doesn't it? To Lord Ashlord, he is a genius with the Forge, but he'd be nothing without us. So, you want your key, you wouldn't do that. And I think I know that, and you know that, and Mr. Black knows that. Wow. Scary black dragonborn, last name Black. Wow. How original. Anyway.
I have a gift for this.
What can we call you? Our new fine.
New best friend.
Our new fine. I cannot leave this library without your.
This is our new Vera.
Fuck Vera. You're taking this guy.
Now we're gonna take him with us.
Yeah,
everywhere.
I know who I'm gonna cast Sending on when I have no more spell. When I have nothing to do with my spell slots.
We need him. We need him present at every plot point to just like break down what actually just happened through all our bullshit. Like,
Just listen here, dumbass. Come on.
He needs to do all the recaps every episode.
Just the recap goblin.
Recap goblin. Yeah, every time I give a recap, I'll do it in this voice. It's like 100 years from now, he's telling the story to his children or something like that.
Yes.
Listen here, shitheels.
So these fucks went into this cave underground, real smart. Anyway.
I don't like it when Grandpa tells stories. He says them scarily.
Oh
He
god.
keeps calling us fucks.
What did I or one of you just say? I'm derailed.
Well, I was saying that he was such a useful resource. He's like, "Hey, we're a useful resource." Yes, thank you. That's why I'm here.
I asked him for his name.
Right, okay. He kind of looks at you and he's like, they didn't tell you my name? Ugh.
I think that may say something.
You will address me as your fucking majesty. I am Lord Jorash.
Yes, that rolls off the tongue.
Lord Josh.
Jordash? What?
Lord
Lord
Jorash.
DoorDash.
Lord DoorDash.
Lord
DoorDash.
You know what? It's canon. Lord DoorDash. I am the future king of the Takani.
So, I wanted to do an insight check, but there's just so much with this guy that I don't know how to narrow it down.
I'll be honest,
I think that's what we call a vibe check.
I did not expect this guy to hit so hard.
His lore slaps.
I expect him to be recap goblin. Lord
DoorDash.
Month from now, I want to hear that recap from him.
Lord DoorDash.
I will spell it for you in the group chat.
It's DoorDash.
Yeah, it's already spelled in my notes, and it doesn't matter now.
We all know how to spell that.
I put it in the Twitch chat. There you go.
I'm not writing that down.
No.
Nope. Nobody's writing that down.
Fuck all of you. Anyway.
I don't care how many apostrophes you throw in there.
It's just Lord DoorDash.
I have House Durasco as House Tabasco in my game, so don't feel bad.
It's
It's the worst.
That's great.
Okay. With that, he just goes, anyway, the king's got work to do. So, later. And he takes the book he was reading and walks out of the library.
Very well, my lord.
I'm just going to write him down as Library King.
I'll take... My lord I don't really like. I'll take Your Majesty or Daddy. That's about it.
Yes.
There are two genders. There are two genders inside of you.
That's a brave statement
Depends
to
on which
make on
you-
Trans Lifeline Charity Week.
As the non-binary kid on
check,
stream.
everyone.
Yeah.
No,
Oscar
I
check,
have,
everyone.
Oh,
The audience
Also-
is now dead.
Also, I'm sorry. DoorDash is gonna try to compete for the daddy title with Ashlord.
That's literally what this rivalry is. That's entirely what this rivalry
Who
is.
gets
They
to be
don't care
daddy?
about anything else. It's about who gets to be daddy. Drink.
Excellent.
I'm gonna get another Red Bull. And it's about time for us to go to break, so I'm gonna wrap up have some gender fluids, thank you.
gender fluid for everyone.
Ew. How do we wrap
Cancel.
up this? How do we wrap up this evening?
I mean, I was trying to stay in the library hoping that Buddy would wander back in with his book and want to talk, but...
Oh no, he's taken his book and he's leaving.
I meant,
Gorodan.
Gorodan, there we go.
He does not.
Well, I'm not going to waste the entire night in there, but... I do. Did we get the impression that the interrogation was happening very close by, or?
In the complex somewhere.
Mm.
And while the complex is large, you don't know how large it could be. Relatively small. I mean, you saw where new slaves were coming out of. Stands to reason that there are probably prisons of some sort down that direction.
Mm. Ah, I got an idea then. Let's do a little bit of false flag shenanigans. I want to run back up to the His Majesty. Just right as he's about to cross the threshold out into the hallway. Yes, just since we're being so candid about feeling as if we're being screwed by mutual parties, I was hoping you might tell me, or better yet, show me where interrogations happen in this institution. He's holding someone from our attention that sorely needs it. And I think it's going to bite all of us if this is allowed to persist.
Make me a persuasion check.
But I called him His Majesty.
He still doesn't like you.
Called him daddy.
You didn't call him daddy.
You chose the wrong name. Sorry, man.
Oh.
That's not a name, that's a title, for one thing.
Ooh,
It's an 8, so not amazing.
You guys. I'm guessing it's in the prison somewhere, but I don't really know anything about that. That happened today, and I've been in here all day. In here and in the labs. Like, I'm going back and forth. I believe... No. There's a... No. Yeah. I can't help you there. Work calls! And he walks off.
Hmm. Yeah, all my persuasion rolls are not great tonight. Bear's gonna die.
Nah.
I'd like to go back, and you mentioned there was a liquor cabinet. For being on point of the month, I'd like to see if there is any Ondarian rainbow wine in the cupboard, which is that is a thing. I hate that it is a wine that when you pour it, it changes colors from different. Canonically, it is an Ondarian rainbow wine, and it
I'm
changes
obsessed.
colors as you drink or pour it.
I have to ask a very...
It's Pride Month. It's Rainbow. It's a Trans Lifeline stream. Yes, there is the rainbow wine in the cabinet.
Yay!
I thought it was
So
a
I have
good
to ask you a procedural question on this. Is the fact that it's shifting colors as you pour it because there's just little shards of glass catching into the light and it's just getting that prismatic
No, it's
spectrum
more
effect?
like it's more that it's basically oil. So it's glistening rainbow.
Oh, that's better.
Great. I love the textures.
Because at least with the little
Right,
tiny bits of glass, it could be like Goldschlager kind of deal. But
Oh,
no.
yeah.
But
What
no,
a time to be alive.
Yeah, he just
We
had to
can
make it
have nice
worse.
things.
It's just a bottle of oily lube. There you go.
My favorite.
Delightful. Swirls so nicely.
I love how we went from something that was like really cool and it was like, oh man, this is so wonderful, to now it's upsetting.
And Graham had to ruin it.
Within a few sentences.
It's a very simple question. He went sludgy oil.
You did give him the out of.
You said glass.
Yeah.
Hey, but then I also went like Goldschlager, which is a real thing that works.
That is true. There was in my old apartment, there was a bottle of Goldschlager that was there for a while, and I don't remember why.
It was load bearing.
There. It was load bearing.
I'm is there anything else that you guys are doing this evening before
No, I think that's about it.
Before you succumb to your exhaustion? Not mechanically, but
I mean, Draska was using that short rest so that she could take a little bit of time to scout around and to look for like just basically looking around for exits and escape routes to get a lay of the land before actually going to bed, because she mainly rested because she wanted to make sure that she was like in fighting shape, and then would take the long rest later.
Okay.
Professor will offer her shoes. Actually, no, it doesn't make sense. My shoes would not fit. My feet are very small.
Oh no, yeah, they would.
I was about to give you my slippers of spider climbing, but that would
They're
not
magical.
It would just
probably.
just
It would
would put
just-
them on her
just the
thumbs
toe.
and just be like tip tapping along the ceiling.
They're magical. They'll go.
You've got,
Never
you've got
mind.
slippers of
Okay.
spider climbing and 2 thumbs.
So this would be so I'm gonna say everybody's turning in for a long rest. You've taken a short rest.
Yeah.
And I'm going to end this with you. So you are basically exploring the complex.
Yes.
Are you going places you are obviously not? Are you trying to sneak into places you're obviously not supposed to go? Would you do that? That's what I'm gonna say.
I think Draska is at least testing the bounds,
Okay.
testing the boundaries.
Make me.
If Droska, like if we're all piling like through the room kind of thing, and Droska's exiting to go do that, could I be of some service to that, or would Droska even mention that?
I think you know that Draska was resting partially
Mhm.
to be on guard duty so that no one tries to like kill us in our sleep right away. And also to,
Maybe
like,
I can rephrase it as: do you, the player, want the assistance, or do you want to do this on your own?
I mean, I'd be happy to have the assistance
Okay.
always, but like I also acknowledge that Draska is now at almost full health and has a couple of her abilities back, whereas no one else does.
Yeah, I'm just thinking more because I can do some sneaking. If that'll be of
Yeah,
some
this
use
is
to
more
you.
of a scouting thing. This is really not a like I'm gonna try to like do what y'all did, which was like deep information gathering. This is just so Draska could probably get an advantage if like we need a quick escape for something. She knows like a lay of the land.
I'm gonna send Wilson with Droska.
God damn it.
Well, Wilson's been pretty used. Actually, if you allow me to do something slightly different, instead of going with Droska, I would like to attack the same problem a different way.
I thought you were gonna say I would like to attack Drusk.
I would like to shoot Draska.
I am also music box. No, no. While she is venturing around, I'd actually like to try if the library has any kind of blueprints for this whole system. Which I doubt there are, but it's a thought, something I can do in the meantime and not be in Droska's way.
Make me an investigation check.
Sure. That is a nat 32. It's a nat 20 plus a
Oh
lot.
my god.
Natural
I
32.
was like, Nat,
Damn, nice.
what? Okay. Alright, so funny enough, the table he was working at seems to have literally a breakdown of the complex on it. It's not.
You are here.
It's not comprehensive. And it's not necessarily labeled very well. And there's like spots of it that are like crossed out. There are things that are drawn on and added. There's a lot of like text in Goblin that's been written in the margins. But you get the feeling that this might be something that you could give Droska that would help with an ability to scout.
Yeah, I'll take a few minutes to commit that to memory, and then I guess get back and then redraw it out for Droska, or unless I can take her and show her that map if she wants to take a quick detour.
Mm-hmm.
You have
And then I'll
advantage
move it away.
on the check that you make to explore the complex. Nebraska.
Okay. How do I make this a performance check? Okay. Well, I mean, if I'm being honest, this is probably a survival check, which I don't really get a bonus to, but I'll just go for it then.
Well, what are your proficiencies?
Perception, performance, intimidation, and acrobatics.
I'll give you a choice: survival or investigation.
I'll do investigation. So I have. You said I have advantage on this.
Because you have like
Yeah,
a physical copy of
because
the
I have
map.
them. Yeah. Okay. Those are 2 high rolls anyway, so that's good. That's an 18.
Radical. You are able to just kind of move around, and people kind of give you a wide berth because they see you like writing things. It's almost like you're making an inspection of the building. There are several areas of interest, and to truncate, there are many pathways that seem to lead out of this complex and up, but you do not know where those go. And none of them appear to be being traveled. All of them guarded, though. Guarded facing out, but the one over by the prison area, from which you hear horrifying screams. That one has people forbidden from going in. You find a laboratory, which appears to be where a lot of the metal pieces are coming from, that are being brought into the main hall, as well as the largest concentration of goblins. You find, you obviously find that, based on the map, you find that Ashlord's Sanctum is past that drawing room, which you probably already picked up on. And of course there's the Forge, which that room is starting to clear out as Gorodan is kind of standing in there, and he's berating some of the goblins who are trying to ask him to hurry up because you guys are here. And he's basically saying things to the tune of, well, he's saying them in Goblin, so you wouldn't know.
I'm so glad I took Elvish.
I'm sure there's a few loan words.
A few loan words between Elvish and Goblin.
Yeah, if they're French.
Okay.
Ordered.
I don't want to delay the break any longer. I have an idea of maybe seeing if there's a way that I can get into the prisons to at least have an eye on Vera.
So the prisons are like the pathways going up. It's a pathway going down. There are 2 guards to either side that are these stone golems that appear to bear spears.
They're not goblins I can intimidate, delaying me in.
There appear.
I mean, possibly.
There appear to be goblins going in and out, without any trouble, but they kind of eye you with suspicion as you pass by. Down that pathway, you can see some cells, but the screaming sounds like it's coming from far, far down the tunnel. But yes, and at this distance, you can tell it probably is Vera screaming.
I do have a really stupid idea.
Give it to me.
That would probably take us over our break. The stupid idea is to get close enough to provoke the stone golems and to act like they got out of position and started attacking me for absolutely no reason. And have that as a reason that they should get fixed or something like that.
Do you want to do that?
If I get taken out, that's bad for the rest of the party, so I'm not going to do that right
Okay.
now.
But
This is
we
going to be the one
could
time
collaborate.
we
in a
could
bit.
Daraska could discuss it with the team instead of doing a stupid idea on her own. This is going to be the one time in this arc that that Daraska takes the time to think about the plan before executing it.
All right.
I have a
Then-
thought that we can discuss on break. If,
Yes. On that, then, we will take our 10-minute break. See everybody back in 10 minutes. So that's going to be 9:25 my time. And just so everybody knows in the chat, as well as on stream, as I mentioned, we will be going over a little bit today, probably. But yes, please donate to Trans Lifeline via the link in the thing or the QR code that is right here. Thank you. See you in a bit. Where's the intermission? Where's the intermission? Where's the intermission?
hold.
Please hold.
Click, clap, roll to attack.
Click, clap, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you alone? Click, clap, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you alone? Click, clap, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll, that, D22, perception check, or you will. Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been fine? Roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Or you have been Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss? Are you
We are back. Hello, everyone. So,
But Beacon is not.
so
I thought you were dying over there for a second. That's why.
okay. So when we left off, Hammer, Droska, are you returning to? Are you returning to the party?
Duraska turns around and probably notices that Wilson is there. And you know what? Duraska is going to test something. she's gonna test it. Drossa's gonna just please it please as punch, just walk over as if she's completely ignorant of where the actual barrier is, and just start walking towards the prisons.
The spears do the thing where they go like that.
Now, what is this? What is this? What's this? Oh, you don't talk to me.
No, there's a goblin nearby who was about to pass through, and he's like, these golems are only programmed to let goblins and Lord Ashlord through.
Oh, okay, so we can't even see the prisoners that are relevant to what we're doing?
No.
Oh, okay. So if he's keeping someone that we aren't privy to, then he can just keep him here and not allow us here, even though we're here in order to get the job done?
This one's kind of just like leaning back as you do this.
Is that what you're saying to me right now?
Make me an intimidation check.
Can use my inspiration. That's better. That's a 14.
14. He just kind of looks up at the golems and just like ducks under their spears and runs. As he does so, you hear a voice behind you go, "Oh, another one of them. Great, I thought I got away from him." And you turn around and you see a goblin with a lot of regalia kind of totter towards you, holding some paperwork, and he just goes, yeah, he's one of those fucking tiger people. Let him through.
Technically not wrong.
Thank you. Is it so? Was that so? It turns to
And
one
he
of
walks
the.
away.
Great. It turns to one of the golems and is like, "Was that so hard?" As she just walks on through.
Okay. As you walk down the tunnel, the screaming has stopped. It starts to be weaker and weaker until it just completely stops. You still hear crying and a bit of screaming from some of the other cells where you just see like packed in like rats, slaves who are being pulled out by goblins and brought up the pathway, some that are being led back in. The cell doors are open. They're just all guarded by goblins. But as you keep going, you make your way up to a steel door with a barred window through which you can see, tied up to a rack, Vera in changeling form, while being circled by a bugbear.
Oh, like a legit bugbear.
Yes.
I'm looking through Wilson's eyes right now. Can I tell if there's anything like what's on the ground around them?
Blood, and you also see a flagon that looks remarkably similar to the one that you were served tea with.
And nothing else? It's kind of barren otherwise?
There's just like a table with tools, lots of torture implements, and the flagon of whatever that is. Nothing really else on the floor.
Okay. Wilson's gonna hop off Droska and try and hide underneath that table.
Okay. As he goes in, Droska and Wilson, you can both hear, because there's some other goblins in there who are kind of carrying some of the tools, and the bugbear just goes, "All right, I'm not getting any more out of her. You use too much!" And he just like kind of backhands one of the goblins, who falls into the table and knocks over the flagon. And this black ichorous liquid pours across the floor. We'll have to get Lord Ashlord in here to fix her.
And at that, Draska enters and goes,
Door is locked.
Lord, shit. Never mind.
As you try the handle, the bugbear turns around and sees you.
She's like, "Are you kidding me here?"
And and one of the goblins comes and lets you in. Vera is conscious, but she's just kind of wide-eyed and looking around. You can see like some blood dripping off of her mouth. There are bruises on her face and cuts in various places. But she's just kind of looking wide-eyed and like almost like she's about to like pass out. And she looks directly at you with like no acknowledgement. I'm sorry. I was telling Lord Ashlord we needed a bit more time, but
Well, Lord Ashlord is currently about to begin the ritual, so can't really be disturbed right now because, as you are probably aware, if things get disturbed, then everything comes collapsing and we all get fucked.
I know. Listen, we're gonna have to give it some time. We used some of the tea on her. We wanted to try something to see if we could loosen her mind a little bit, but now she's entirely brain dead. We're gonna need to get some powerful magic to fix what this stupid fucking idiot just did. And he smacks the goblin again, and the goblin just goes flying across the floor.
Don't you dare come to me trying to blame your minions for your ineptitude.
I will take ownership for the fact that I shouldn't have put such a sensitive method of interrogation in the hands of a fucking idiot. That's my bad, and I get it. Anyway.
You're right. We shouldn't have gotten a stupid idiot to be in charge of the interrogation.
Are you insulting me?
And he kind of pounds his chest and steps up.
And Draska, like, stands to her full height.
How tall are bugbears?
Google.com.
I think they might be short.
Are they short kings?
But I thought,
No, they're pretty tall.
yeah.
They're big
But Drosk
boys.
is also like,
Taller place,
Medium.
but they're up there.
I think
isn't
they're
Drosk like a
similar
metric
to,
mountain though?
Goliath.
Bugbears are between 6 and 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this one is probably 7.
Okay, so Draska is like a foot below, but she's just like
She's also probably
just
a foot wider, so
yeah, exactly. She's also probably like makes up for all of it in muscle mass, and she just goes, "Do we have information?"
make me an intimidation check.
I imagine with every gesticulation that Droska's doing, it's all like Johnny Bravo posing.
Do we have intimidation?
Just
Do we
with
have intimidation?
accentuating every syllable.
Do we have intimidation? That's not great.
Jesus Christ.
I have not rolled.
We're rolling so bad.
I have not rolled above a 10 for this entire session. That is I did once, and that's when I had advantage, and both of those rolls were the only 2 rolls I rolled above a 10. That's an 11 total.
He just goes, well, before she went completely, she started saying something about a music box. I don't know, some kind of thing, and like she was like starting to cry, and then she stopped being able to speak common. So
Okay, and so have you found the music box anywhere on? Have you looked around on her person? Have you looked for a music box when you found her?
we thought it might be something it might be something among her stuff. And there's a little, I forgot to mention, well, there is actually a little lockbox in the corner. And he kind of points it out, and he's just like, we looked through her stuff. There was nothing in there but a gun and some knives and some memorabilia of some sort.
And she was the only one.
We think she's an agent from Thrain because she's got, like, a bunch of, like, silver flame implements.
Interesting. And there was no one else with her?
It seems odd that she would have made it through the caverns alone, but...
Have you sent anyone else out there to check?
Yes,
to see if there's anyone there?
We have. We're still waiting for them to come back.
Shit, I was really hoping that they didn't do that, so that could be something I suggest to get them out of here. But okay.
She says that out
makes
loud.
sense. No, that makes sense. That's a valid thing that they would do.
That's a good idea, though.
So Draska looks and goes, well, doesn't look like there's going to be any point in trying to work anymore on this situation as we see, especially since you have spilled the tea in the wrong way, it seems. And so I guess I will go examine the belongings to see if anything looks familiar. And then you do whatever you need to do to clean up here. Is she going to be left here, or do we have a cell for her?
You know, honestly, I was thinking that it might be best to just call this one. I don't even know if Gordon can fix what we did. So, we might just have to throw her in the pit. But I'll leave that up to your discretion.
Yes, before we get into that, maybe one of us would be able to dive in a little more with our unique talents.
He goes over and he opens the lockbox.
Great. Daraska has not thought this far ahead.
I didn't think I'd get it.
I didn't think I would get this far. Okay, so great. So I'm at the lockbox, and I have everything that I know is obviously Vera's stuff. That's not Vera that I can smuggle out of here. I assume Bugbear Boy is not going to be leaving the establishment anytime soon.
He is not.
Great. I am looking for anything of hers that could theoretically tie her back to us.
I have a thought that might help that.
Thank you.
Yes?
The wake when Basil got those little keepsakes made out of the shimmer material that everyone was meant to individualize. Whatever hers might be. For example, Basil's was the encore notation in music.
Right.
Hers were the drama masks.
Mm.
You find her gear, and it has that still pinned to it. Some blood spattered across it. You find that, and you also find her necklace. But other than that, it's just like a set of equipment. Nothing crazy or special among it.
Great. I think Draska is going to take that pin because if she takes the necklace, they already made the connection to the silver flame, and if they now know the silver flame necklace is gone, that's going to cause problems. But she's going to do that. Grab the pin, and then she's going to walk over to the bugbear and says, "I'm gonna talk to my people. You bring her over to a different bring her over to a cell in the meantime, and we'll let you know when we're ready."
I've given you a lot of deference, but I don't take orders from you. Get Ashlord to tell me and I'll do it.
Fine,
I
we'll
was
get that.
told she stays in here. It's too dangerous.
Yes, she looks terrifying to me. I will fine. I will go grab one of my people and bring them back here and let them know, and then we will have a discussion with her.
Not much discussion to be had, but whatever.
And Draska is going to head off. Because she knows that Wilson is there, she is going to make the assumption that Zero is currently communicating everything that they are both seeing into everyone else.
Yeah, as I'm perceiving stuff through Wilson, I'm just talking out. I'm sending it into the mental space.
Yeah.
Both
Live streaming.
both Zero and Draska, please make me an insight check.
16.
Ooh. 17, but yeah, it's good. I actually rolled that.
Both of you are really perturbed as you look at Vera, as you're starting to notice that she doesn't seem to be acting clever. She doesn't seem to be like even tired. She just seems to have reverted to a state of childlike mentality. Zero, you would categorize this along mechanically. It's like she's been feeble-minded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so capable of walking, perhaps?
Walking, maybe. You haven't judged her injuries. But like incapable of speech, incapable of anything other than recognizing you. And she does recognize you, but it's in the same way like an infant would recognize its mother.
Ooh.
Yes.
I apologize. There was one thing I wanted to tell the bugbear before him. I know he's not taking orders from us, but the one thing I wanted to say is do not throw her into the pit until you either hear from me or Ashlord, specifically.
He shrugs.
Mid throw.
The shrug is an affirmative shrug.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah. Great. Draska goes back to the room quickest way.
Okay. You are all together again.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on what's going on in that cell.
Okay. Not much does happen. You notice that the bugbear just kind of goes and sits by the table.
Okay.
The goblins leave, and he just kind of sits there and just watches. And you notice that he starts to get drowsy and start to fall asleep.
If I can rest up, I can transport her as long as I can see her from the room without going in the room. I would need to rest to be able to do it. It does take a lot of energy, but I can warp time space around her. It's a new
Right.
I would just
How
need
do we? It's a good thought. How do we undo whatever's been done to her?
Perhaps
don't
we
think
need to
we-
do that before getting her out of the cell. Because whatever happens, if we're trying to make it appear as an escape, she's going to need to be on her own at a certain point if we're going to get that key.
The jailer mentioned that it's going to take a lot of magic to try to repair that. I don't know if we have the resources to try to heal that here. I think
So-
we're going to have to assume we're going to have to get her out before healing her of that.
Interesting idea. There's one element missing that perhaps one of you can accomplish. But what if we kill Mr. Bugbear after fixing Vera, and then she becomes Mr. Bugbear?
We still have the problem of how do we fix Vera?
I am looking at our resident cleric with hopeful intent. Who is muted? And
Well, good thing I haven't been talking this whole time, anyways.
he's been giving away the caramel secret for the last 20 minutes, and nobody knows.
I don't know. No one knows.
Oh, you didn't hear that I went to try and stab Ashlord in his sleep?
We've been home free for
And I
20
rolled-
minutes. What are you pricks still
Very
doing here?
useful. Thank you. I don't think any of you are going to like my one solution that I may have at this time. So,
Well, we might as well hear it so we have all the facts.
in matters of degradation of mind, death, and then bringing one back can be a way of alleviating such measures. But, that runs risks, you know, I mean, I do have the resources required, but,
Would that entail?
I can't guarantee that it's going to fix it, though. I can't guarantee that. That's the only thing I have left other than, like, minor wound healing.
I have a question regarding that in terms of if that was something that was pursued, if they were brought back, would they be? I understand the mental thing we do not have a clear answer for, but would they be physically healed for the most part?
They would come back to a conscious state.
But a broken
And-
body.
That's true.
What about as
Moving.
as the religious seem to refer to it, matters of the soul? Like, would a depressed religious person who's just been through large amounts of torture want to come back if they died? And if they didn't, would that
You're
cause
more
complications?
you're concerned about a more long-term effect. In a matter of what I have access to for the moment, a form of instant revivification.
Somebody get a
I'm sorry.
small push pin.
I think the passenger came out there for a moment and wanted to say
Gained
something recorded for a
revivification.
moment.
But oh, now I completely even lost my train of thought.
You said instant revivication.
Revivif.
It doesn't matter.
So
But I can't remember why. Oh, so the soul.
Your the soul does not have enough time to really leave the body in
Oh.
the time I have to revivify. Typically,
Fascinating.
I can't. Again, if they're bound and determined to go to,
Yeah, that
farther
sort
realm,
of thing
I cannot.
evades my mathematical senses.
Okay, so it looks like this idea poses more risks than possible benefits. It's sounding like. I think having a healer on board, just in case something goes wrong, will still be quite important. If we are able, I think what we need is a
Speaking
large.
Looks at Palm.
We need a sees plan written in hand.
Well, actually, I just imagine the pen writing out like a contract of do this and I will save her kind of thing.
Step 1, kill Vera. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit.
Yeah, but how is it spelled? I feel like that would just spawn a whole nother religion with her.
Okay.
I feel like I should mention Wilson's in there right now and has the capability of turning her invisible for 1 minute. For 1 minute. But I don't know if that's helpful really in her state. So
Well, it could.
Still has
it
to
could.
be moved.
Yes. It could cause a panic. So it could be a good distraction, but if that, I think the thing is we want to be slightly subtle because Ashlord is currently very distracted by ritual, and he's not going to be happy to find out that we have interrupted ritual by messing with the prisoner, which we told him we wouldn't interfere with.
right.
I never
speaking of
actually
that,
told him that.
he might be the only
That's true.
person who can bring her back to her senses by the sound of it. So
Ashlord might be the only one.
that's what the bugbear was saying, isn't it?
Well, the bugbear just said that there is that a lot of magic would be necessary.
I can help, the pen says.
Shut up.
No, what did I say? What was wrong?
No, not you, Zero. You're fine. You did great. And she just looks to her like waist where the pen was.
Did it say something?
It's not important. It was just like I can help, but who knows?
Wait,
So
really? It can help?
yes.
How?
Oh God. How
For the
can you
low
help?
price of?
I know a great many secrets. I can refill the fabric of her mind with such things. The things
Okay, good news.
The things she has lost are now mine. As are all secrets. So
Good news.
I may return.
Good news. We can fill her brain back up with all the secrets that she lost. Bad news. Ken has all of those
sounds
secrets.
terrifying.
That's a little confusing way of phrasing things. Like, I thought I was confused by Beacon, and now I'm just...
No, don't worry. I am literally just repeating verbatim what I have been told. I understand almost none of it too.
What she doesn't know are secrets to her, and therefore mine. So, I may restore those.
So obviously, what she doesn't know, this is what she knows, and what she doesn't know are secrets that Pen has, which are Pen's.
Mm-hmm.
So they're secrets to her because she doesn't know him. Pen can then return those secrets to her.
Return.
How and why?
I feel like we should, no offense to you, and she'll look at Beacon and look at the pen as well.
Right,
And to
Smogos, you do have an inspiration.
Oh yes, thank you. I marked it. Thank you.
I feel that we need to get out of Dodge before getting her to a specialist. Someone who can magically take a look at her. I'm sure there's somebody.
You have
Okay.
people at your disposal.
Exactly.
You're right, Professor, but how would we do that?
So the choices we have
We
are
have to leave.
So
Well,
we get her after the key?
No, we get her and the key, maybe at the same time.
Okay.
I mean, maybe that's a
actually,
terrible idea to split up, but that would be dividing interest, at least, in us.
it makes
Here's-
sense.
So-
my way to get both done.
well, okay. It might be the best distraction would probably be the entire place collapsing in on itself, which would only happen if we sabotage the ritual.
Right.
in the
we just have
morning.
to wait for it to be over.
So instead of not even waiting for it to be over, we have to interrupt it. So therefore, everything comes collapsing
Do you
down.
I don't
remember
think
the
so.
part
Hold on,
where
guys.
he
My
said it will
my
destroy the city above us?
We don't want to destroy Drome.
hold on, guys. Stop. My headset is messing up, and so the stream can't even hear.
Oh.
You'll speak.
Hello,
Wow, I have no
Yeah.
idea what's happening here.
chicken
No, we-
nuggets. Sorry.
Check it out. Whoa. What's it all about?
Can you hear?
Is it Drome or is it the other vault? Is it actually Drome that we're talking about?
Drome would collapse
Either
if we collapse.
I
Great
imagine
Wall.
Drome, but
Yeah, we're in Grey Wall.
Grey Wall. Grey Wall is a
Great
city.
Wall is actually
Drome is the nation.
Drome
Drome
is
is-
the nation.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know
sorry.
how far these caverns go.
Yeah, that's true. We could be
Yeah, so when he
way
said-
past Grey Wall at this point.
Yeah, so I was saying like when Ashlord says everything will collapse, including the city above, does he mean like Grey Wall's gonna collapse, or does he mean like the other goblin vault that was above us
Probably
is gonna
both.
collapse?
either way,
How about we just say we don't know how hard we've been fucked with until we get a look outside.
That's true.
We don't
Okay.
know where we're gonna pop out. We have no idea where we're gonna pop out. Period.
So here are the three choices from what I can see. Choice 1. We try to rescue Vera and get the key and to get Vera healed afterwards. Big con of that is we don't know Vera is not going to be of any help. Like, we're going to have to basically do double duty trying to get her wherever
Right.
she needs to be.
yes.
Number 2, we try to rescue Vera and get the key using the pen in order to fill her head back up so that she is functional again, and therefore she can now stand on her own 2 feet. Con of that, we don't know what the fuck the pen's gonna do to her brain.
It's
You also
tempting,
never
though.
asked what the price was
I'm
for
here-
such a boon.
I'm here to help.
I just every now and again get I hear to help in my head. I'm
The
Oscar.
pen clearly would like to assist, but would she ever return to her proper self if you were to influence her in such a way?
Long story short, think of it this way. A warforged breaks down, dies, and all of its memories are left in a dragon shard. We rebuild a new body and use that dragon shard to revive said warforged in a new body. I have that dragon shard.
Okay.
I mean,
you
that
know
makes
Warforged.
perfect sense to me.
We'll
So,
assume
sorry,
that
are we
Draska
getting
did that perfectly.
Draska filter, or is this like a full-on conversation between the professor and the pen at this point?
Right.
No, it's all
Oh,
Draska.
sorry.
Oh, it's very much
It's all
Draska
Draska.
filters it. So you'll know Warforged, right? If
Mhm.
Warforged breaks down, the body breaks down, but like core is still alive, you have
Yes.
the dragon shard,
Mhm.
and with that you can build the structure back around, and you still got same Warforged, just new body.
Right.
Think of the pen as having that dragon shard. So it has,
And would
it has the dragon shard and can place it back in.
Okay.
And would
Why
the dragon
does
shard
pen
come with?
have that part of Vera?
I don't know. What was your
It's the
question?
keeper of secrets. All things are unknown to Vera right now. Therefore, the pen has it. It's like a logic puzzle. And my question
Oh,
for
okay,
you, and she
does
looks
that
at the
mean the-
pen, is would the thoughts come with downloads? With the dragon shard return, like literally holding up the pen, would the thoughts come with your own thoughts, your own colorations, the
malware.
kaleidoscope through which you see? Or would it be truly pure Vera?
Let James think a moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, while there's that pause, a voice emanates to all of your heads. This entity has broken my perception on the revivification. If Vera dies, the pen will simply take the soul and hold it like the memories.
That doesn't sound good. But
I
what does
still have
sound
yet-
good is having Vera back, and if that's what the pen is offering us, I mean, honestly, I don't know how it can offer us that unless it's some
All
very
all
powerful.
all of your options come with risks.
Mm.
The process could be traumatic, and so there's no guarantee that you will have the exact same person. However, they will have access to all the information that was lost. How they might interpret all of that at once, well, that's anyone's guess.
I've
But
still yet to
it's
hear
an
an
offer.
answer to my major question.
It
What is the price?
is Droska actually translating this?
Oh shit.
Like,
she-
Can we say?
I mean, I've
can we-
asked the
can
question
we-
like 3 or 4 times to Droska.
All
and
right,
I've
yeah.
never
Okay,
filtered
the
back out,
answer
that's why.
has been the past couple of times.
Mhm.
I'm here to help, and as you needle right now, she says, "The price is your trust."
Our trust.
It wants us to trust it. Well, I mean, if it brings Vera back and Vera's good to go, all things considered, then I mean, so far all it's done is help us. Just pointing that out to everyone. I know it's creepy and weird, but
And
we don't
what's one more
understand
debt?
we also don't understand its true motivation, so while it looks like it's helping us now, that may not align for much longer.
We also don't
It
have
even-
many other options.
it told
I-
us that outright too, didn't it? I mean, it's been quite honest, I feel.
I have one option. It's not going to give us an exact answer, but it will give us a literal good, bad, and no answer. I mean, it is something. And it'll only take me a minute.
Sounds like a minute well spent.
I push to the side my jacket and kneel down, grab my pendant, and just start muttering in Cory, which is almost just like common backwards.
Hmm.
And I'm going to cast Augur.
I hate this spell because it always makes me feel like an asshole. What are you asking?
You do you. If we follow the... Or if we take the aid of the Keeper of Secrets, because it has been named, what will our outcome look like? Because I know the way the answers are
The answers are what?
the answers are formed. I have asked questions like this before to my spirit, and it only answers in these vague
Yeah. You
terminologies.
you see. Close your eyes and you see the glow of a bright silver flame. There is a small speck of darkness within the flame that spreads until the flame darkens, and then the shadow explodes outside of the flame, swirling around it, and you fear that it's going to expand and just escape the flame, but the flame grows brighter while the shadows sink to the floor around it and start swirling quietly and peacefully, hugging it close. I give my asshole answer, which is weal and woe.
Your description was enough for me to at
That's
least
lovely.
form a more less asshole answer out of it. At least,
I will
for what
I will say the conclusion is it leans more wheel.
that's what I
Yeah.
picked up from the description, at least. Yeah.
Like you expect that it's going to expand, but it doesn't.
Yeah. Well, it it's not going to be directly in our favor, but there are worse outcomes.
So I guess the final question is, do we try to split up and get Vera and the key at the same time? Or do we try to do it as a group? I will mention that some people in the ether have musically annotated in some sort of chat that don't you know you never split the party. But
You don't listen to those voices, okay?
We do that constantly in this campaign because we have to.
Wait, you don't.
Here's a
fine.
thought.
It's
Here's
fine.
a thought. What if you and Professor? I guess we need to know how the pen's going to do this, but I'm assuming the pen can do it through the pen. And if that's the case, you and the Professor can head back to the cell, acting as if Professor's going to do something to heal the prisoner.
I already told them I'm bringing an interrogator.
Right.
Oh,
And then
excellent.
and then
and here they are.
on your way,
Mosiest Rakshasa to ever exist.
on your way out, though, Professor, after all that goes on and Vera's fixed, Wilson could make her invisible, and then you could teleport her somewhere else so that she can do her thing and escape?
Well, if we get there in time and your bugbear friend is still asleep, I could just transport her out.
And then we
Without
can do
anything.
the pending at that point as well.
Right. So the only issue I see is that you'll kind of be there when the escape happens.
But what if some of the structural integrity of the prison cells become unstable? And her eyes kind of get a little too wide. I
Removes that
have
bottle of Goldschlager.
at my disposal some things that could corrode some of the bars, perhaps, in the prison. And if it seems like a mass exodus that could provide a little bit of
Oh.
cover.
A prison break.
I only have a small vial of acid, but I think if we start something small, it could at least provide a little bit of confusion.
That's true.
I would like to offer another thing, and he takes off his wristwatch, which is just the rebranded, was it amulet of no detection or proof against detection and location. Give her that, so that when they're trying to look for her, it's that much more difficult. And if she has anything else to add when she's less addled, she can do so in secrecy.
Excellent.
Good
I
idea.
will own a tune from that.
Okay.
What was it
Droska-
called again, Graham? Just
I'll
so I
send
have
it to you.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay. And Droska puts her hand in the center for a team.
The
Oh,
one
never
thing,
mind.
though, I will need to rest to be able to remove someone.
Oh yes,
like
I think the
that.
assumption was
Have we
we're
rested?
doing this in the morning.
This is the morning. Okay, great.
Oh. Really?
Did you think we were going now? Because I don't.
No, I just didn't know to hit the long rest button. That's all.
No. I was
Well, we
saying
have-
what I was saying
Oh,
is
the
we're going to
plan.
do this in the morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
definitely thought that. Okay, fair.
Alikana, Vera is an NPC that is a agent of a foreign nation that has allied with the party for most of this campaign at this point. She's a spy for the nation of Thrain, a theocracy slightly to the north of Brayland. She's also a changeling.
Thank you, Ashley B, for your $20 donation.
Oh, sweet.
Just saw that on
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you so much.
That's my partner. Thank you.
Aw,
Thank you.
thanks so much.
Does it come with a note saying, "Is the game gonna be much longer?"
I haven't seen you all day. Who are you again? Why are you in the house?
I'm taking the kids.
Oh, it does actually say Smoggles, please let James know to let me know what the ETA is. There we go. That's on the comment right there.
It actually says that?
No.
Oh.
There's no way.
It actually
The
says
serious
that.
Let the group have their friend back without all the stupid strings attached.
Wait, for real? Really?
Towards the end of all of that, Droska, you got a flash in your mind of you taking the pen and writing something onto her flesh with the pen. I am sharing what that says in the group chat.
Huh?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What? Huh?
Yeah.
Sorry, I went to the Eberron Dark Lanterns
Yeah, I'll put
chat.
it there too.
and no, but the thing I saw first was mommy, and I was like, did I really write mommy on her?
Mommy on the chat.
Alikana, if she returns to herself and she ever becomes a player, I'll keep that in mind.
Wait, help me. Sorry, my glasses prescription's not great. Sol Kadesh.
Oh.
I like how it's written in black light.
Oh.
Do I know that writing?
Do you know that writing? You mean what it means?
Yes.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
None of you do.
So wait, did I hold on? Wait. Rewind.
You get the impression that you need to write that onto her skin.
Oh, got it. Okay. I know what I need to do to get her to get it. I need to write something on her flesh and it's all
I
fine.
love that Zach knows exactly what this is, and I think Will does too.
like an epitaph or something?
No, it's like Soul Kadesh or something like that.
That sounds like an epitaph. What do you mean?
It sounds fine. What? It doesn't mean anything.
Could I
Like,
roll
maybe it's a name. or
something?
Yeah. Can I, please.
Make me history or religion checks. High DC, I'll give you something. No, probably.
Wait.
Even if you don't succeed.
We should think about this in the morning.
Could I run into the library and look that up?
Yeah, right?
with my
Right?
investigation?
Oh, yeah.
I rolled
that.
a 26.
I rolled an 8.
All right, big money, big money. No. Oh, nope. 10.
Okay.
10 for me
My
too.
question was serious.
You, I will tell you, just to truncate this, you find jack shit. But, 0, with your 26, you do not pass the DC. However, the name gives you incredibly bad vibes, and something like it should not be spoken aloud almost. Like it feels
Oops.
it feels just it drips off your tongue like acid if you pat a tongue.
You know, the more I ponder it, I want to revoke my former statement.
What? I'm just writing Soul Katesh on it. What's wrong with writing down Soul Katesh?
It just like
Stop
I
saying
don't
it.
know, it makes the gems underneath my armor like vibrate in the wrong way.
What, Soul Katesh does?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
mm,
Okay, I'll just write it instead of saying it out loud.
yeah, it's a
Right.
bit
Maybe it's meant to be written.
vulgar. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Maybe I have magic powers.
Mm,
Maybe it's the words
Test
for
it
a
out
spell.
in the morning.
That that would be amazing if I had spells.
It would take a lot of work.
I love it because I am making Zach and Beacon panic, and it's great.
It's like that word has bad mouth feel.
Just as a rule of thumb, anything that sounds super primordial and ancient is probably real bad, man.
That's why
Well,
you
I
don't
can be
read
like-
the Latin out loud.
So
That's
you can actually break
bad!
it even more
Nobody-
simple.
Nobody read the any of the appendices of Eberron Rising from the Last War. Nobody.
Okay.
So again, you can bring this down very, very simple. It is asking you to carve something into a person's
It's
body.
not
Right.
hard. It's a
Take
pen.
away
It's
the
just
name.
right. It's just
Writing,
right with
it's a pen. It is a pen.
And
Have
then you can, draw a little smiley face on her hand so she can do this too.
Exactly.
It's just a pen.
That's all we're doing.
Sure, it draws in ink. That's something.
Druska notices that the pen is attached to this big machine that has ink on it, and it does like when you turn it on, it does drill like a needle.
It's a tattoo pen. That's what I
Yeah,
meant this whole time.
That's it.
Anyway, we need to move.
Sorry.
Don't apologize. Just So you want to table this conversation for the morning?
I think generally we have the agreement on Draska and Professor go to rescue Vera while the others go to get the key.
Right, and maybe doing a swap with Mr. Bugbear isn't necessarily the worst.
That could work. Either, but well,
I have another thought.
when we get there.
Right. Play it by ear.
Leave the pen
multiple-
here.
Hold on, my headset keeps going out.
Oh,
Everybody talk?
hi.
No.
Check.
All right, cool. Thank you. Please continue.
Leave the pen here.
It's fucking gone again. Hold on. I'm gonna
Is it
Next
me every time I fucking speak?
No,
Graham, could you
no.
stop turning off the headphones? Jesus Christ.
If I had such
James's
powers
partner
over
turning
the
off the
Wi-Fi.
room,
Go.
I would be accomplishing very different things.
Smoggles, there
Okay,
is
go ahead.
there is a spell, a Keith Baker spell called the Keeper's Vault.
It's really cool.
It's a really cool spell.
I played a one-shot character that used it.
And upcasted it, and
Anyway,
Oh, anyways, yep. Sorry.
It went well, it sounds like.
What have been trying to say?
Yes, Basil.
Yeah.
Leave the pen out of it.
But
If Beacon can do the other attempt without potentially attaching her soul to something that she has no say in, we don't know what this is or why it is or what it wants. We're already dealing with enough of a long-term, potentially war as it is. Let's not add to it by fucking with powers we don't know. I dislike it, I would rather Beacon's attempt of the turn it off and turn it on again.
But that seems more risky than,
Is it?
working with this
Beacon
well,
said
this force that's helped us out up till now. We wouldn't be here with it, or without it, rather.
Beacon, didn't you say that you amended your statement about it being perfectly fine?
With the telepathic voice emanates the information provided by the pen itself indicated that if its memories, their memories, are easy enough to obtain, its spirit can't be that far off.
What is a soul if not consciousness?
I mean, after all, what is a soul if not consciousness?
No, the pen didn't say that. This
Oh,
is James.
sorry.
It's James.
So you're saying that you can't, or that you can?
We will have a better idea of that after rest.
Okay.
Okay.
What I will do is we will go to get her, and we will bring her back. We will find a way to rush her back to our abode. We will not use the pen unless it is absolutely necessary. And we will prioritize getting the key and getting her out of there, hopefully without having to resort to using other forces.
Okay. Quick question for the DM. How far is the place she's being held from our room?
It's like the opposite side of the complex, and you have to move through the main forge room.
So it would take longer than a minute running.
Yes.
Okay.
It probably
Main
takes about 5 minutes.
Main forge room is not where the ceremony's happening, is it?
That's where the ceremony's happening.
So I walk through the main forge room to get to the prison.
Yes.
I could also turn her invisible.
Oh,
would also
if
work.
you
I
can do
thought
it
it's
for
saying do
longer,
it, use the pen.
I can only do it for a minute or so.
Yeah, I can keep her invisible for about an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
I'll make it way
That-
easier.
Yes.
Okay.
In either
Should we
case, here's my stipulation. Whatever we're going to do, if we're going with Beacon, we cannot have the pen nearby.
I guess trust is off the table, the pen says.
Well,
continue.
I could hold on to the pen and have Wilson present with you all. And
We
I
like
could stay back here as backup.
Yes. Jessica, why don't you Why don't you give Zero the pen?
Wilson can cast
You mean
spells
the-
through
you mean the-
you.
You mean the precious?
I couldn't keep that together for the life of me.
Zero,
Mhm.
you cast spells through Wilson, yes?
Only a very select few. I can force.
I just worry about you
not
becoming a
through him.
conduit for it.
Hmm?
I just worry about you becoming a conduit for it, and now with additional range.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking that a being that can literally take the consciousness out of someone and then put it back in or whatever it's doing probably doesn't need a pen to do that.
You
And
have
yet, here
someone.
we are.
You have someone in the chat begging y'all to use the pen.
No. Go. No. Never mind.
So just take a puff, man. It's just a pen.
It's just math.
I do want to say none of this is going to be relevant if we don't have the key and we don't have.
Well, the key is going to
Vera?
be
Right.
given to us.
Yes.
Did we forget
well,
this?
But here's the thing: we can't fuck up this and then get the key given to us. Like we can't fuck up.
Right. So we have to do really well at this one thing, but the key
The key will be given to
will
us.
be ours regardless.
So the key is.
The key is.
Which is why, honestly, I'm really liking the idea of kind of just going with the pen.
Me too, because this sounds
And-
like something that.
That
Sorry.
simplifies things. It makes success more likely, and Vera will be fully conscious to deal with her own problems.
Smuggles.
I just want to apologize. I was very much in heist mode, so I forgot we were being given the pen. So I was like, "How do we steal the pen after we
The
did?"
key,
I
yeah.
I forgot. Sorry, the key. Pen. Pen.
You are being given the key.
Yeah.
After it's finished.
I apologize for throwing everyone off with that.
So just to short circuit this a little bit. Obviously, I'm very much against the pen, but if I'm being outvoted and not to just
No. I agree with Basilisk on this one. I don't.
I was out of character. I was trying to just
Oh,
speed
okay.
run this across
So,
the table a little bit.
In general, like
When I say you, okay, so
you're not outvoted, at least.
here's the thing.
Well,
Here's where I feel like there's a sticking point, right? I'm fine with Beacon attempting his option, but if he fails, then we need the pen, and we need the pen present. I don't quite understand the difference between it being in that room and being in my hands back here.
Well, the pen has to be the thing to write on the skin.
Right, so it needs to be there if it's our backup plan.
Also,
Right.
I need the pen with me in case we get caught for some reason, and I need Vera to be able to move on her own.
And I get the
No.
feeling the pen will not want to be a last resort here because it's asking for our trust up front. It wants us to choose it. You know what I mean?
Right, and you did.
So plan B might not actually work for the pen.
You did consort with your I'm sorry, I don't know the right term. Spirit,
that's sufficient.
and that seemed positive, right?
With some negative side effects.
Well, that's true of like every.
It's why I hate that spell. Is like almost like I would not present you a D&D option that was like, oh, there's one that's obviously going to be fine, and then there's one that's going to be less than fine, and one that's absolutely bad.
Never did I really expect that. I expected the description in which you gave for
That's what
me.
I try and do with Augury is give you like more specifics but more vague.
Yeah. Nope. DM to DM. That's what I wanted, really. Honestly, something to try to at least translate myself.
And characterize the information.
Yeah.
I had to be that DM. We do have to make a decision.
I am team use pen.
I am also team use pen.
I guess we are
The
out.
eyes have it.
But I would only request that I am the one to go with Dreska. Whatever the power of the pen is, I don't want it being.
That is great.
Yeah.
But Professor has the powers to turn her invisible and also teleport her if
Okay.
needed.
Can the three of you not go?
I suppose the three of us can go if we want.
That's fine.
Okay. So
Works.
three of us will go.
But we should sleep, and I should have more hit points.
And
If that were a thing in this game.
we should do this as early as possible.
Mhm.
Like wake up and go,
Sounds good.
because they're going to question our absence when we were hustling. And also, I don't want to run into Zephyr
Right.
Yes.
because he's coming tomorrow. We don't know when that is.
Hmm.
He's basically coming to pick y'all up after you have the key.
We just gotta make ourselves very unseen, and it's fine.
All right. On that, you guys take your
I have
log.
one.
Yes.
I do have a thought, but I want this to be a group vote because it would be a detour. We do have another option that we could press.
What's that?
It would be trying to get Gordon to actually do the healing, because apparently he can,
Right, I forgot.
and bypass the pen entirely. But I don't want to waste more time on this. If
The
Yeah, that
bugbear
would-
said that he's the only one here who might be able to.
We have
He's
to
the only
go
one here
up
who might be able to. That would also interrupt the ritual, which means it would take more time to get the key, which means we will more likely run into
Mm.
Zephyr.
Yeah,
Good
maybe
point.
we just
Oh.
get her back and see what we can do.
well, I said my piece.
Well, if this whole pen thing goes awry and Vera becomes a monster, or has some horrifying backlash, she'll hate us forever. But you can blame it on the three of us,
Mhm.
and we can say that you two were against it.
when we're being murdered by Vera for
Your
what
dissent
we've
is
done,
noted.
and be like, "Hey, just so you know, Basil and Beacon voted against this."
Just wanted to be stated.
Anywho,
We don't like Vera, right? Like I just want that to be known.
She's just kind of
as a-
rude.
like, a
you know?
little bit of an incentive to
really, you're gonna say
why
she's
my
rude
vote
after
to save
music
her
box?
in this instance, in this way, is should maybe count as another vote. But it's fine. It's fine. Let's move.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're good.
All right. Good night. Long rest.
Oh,
Good, 'cause
Oh, I feel
71
better.
hit points feels so nice.
The entire long rest, I'm watching Vera's cell, because I'm awake during it.
The entire long rest, I am watching everyone sleep.
That's normally what I'm doing. This time I'm not, because
But what are you
I'm
doing in
watching Vera
character?
sleep.
Okay. You all wake up super early.
Yes.
It's a rather comfortable sleep. Not comfortable mentally, but physically definitely. You awaken the next morning to the sounds of chanting. A ritual has begun, or is in full swing, rather.
Right, well, this is perfect timing.
All right, let's go.
So, I'm staying back, right? Wilson's in there already.
Who's going where?
Speaking of-
Professor Draska and the Beacon are going to the prisons.
Okay. Basilisk and Zero. You're going to the ritual?
Yeah.
It would put us nearby without being directly in the way, so
Good idea. Yeah. I'd like to check, tell them whatever. Is the bugbear still in the cell with Vera?
Yes, and still asleep.
Still asleep. He's still asleep. Now is the time. We'll be at the ritual.
I'll be right back.
In that case, I will start with Team Vera Pen mission. You beeline. All of you walk through the main forge area where you see Goradan chanting loudly in giant. Basilisk would probably tell you what he's saying, and it sounds like a bunch of gobbledygook that like various like words that have no real meaning, and then the name Coolseer along with some other names of what appear to be giant paragons, and he's like basically praying to his ancestors to give this thing the power they wielded against the demons of dreams generations ago. And you watch that and you move past that. You make your way over to the golems, who let you through because they now have registered Droska as an appropriate escort. You make your way down to the cell. Cell is locked.
So as we're walking down the cells, Professor would like to sneakily just kind of like pour. Actually, no. I guess she'll use her acid arrow. She's gonna use her second level acid arrow just to kind of like scrape along the bottom bars of the cell, just a little bit, if that's possible. One or two of them.
It's not a cell, it's a door with like a little window.
The
goblin cells on the way. Yeah.
The slave cells.
Yeah, to try to just kind of like disintegrate a little bit, corrode them a little bit, see if she can do anything there.
Oh, so you're just trying to make the cells easier to escape from?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. You do that pretty nimbly. And the cells aren't particularly secure. You're able to erode them a little bit. Eroding. And you make your way down to the end where you have a locked door and a sleeping bugbear inside, with Vera still like vaguely conscious and looking around, and then makes like direct eye contact with all of you through the bars. Well, not all of you. Professor is probably a little too short for the window.
I will need to be lifted.
The professor.
Thank you.
Just so that she can see.
Yeah, hey girl, what's up? I will then close my eyes, open them, and there will be this kind of like bright flash of this just kind of mystical blue light as she casts Vortex Warp on Vera to move her right next to us outside of the cell.
You do that, and she just kind of like plops to the ground and like falls over.
Okay, Jessica catches her before she does that.
Yep, you catch her, and she just kind of looks up at you, like just emptily, nothing behind the eyes.
And then I'll cast invisibility on her.
Wait, before you do, I need to write it down.
Oh, write the thing down. Sorry.
I need to write the thing down before I don't know where she is.
Wait,
we're on the floor.
Or should we wait?
Wait. I'm gonna cast life. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. Yes. Okay. I'm going to cast life transference on her. And my hopes here is to try to use some of my psionic abilities to transfer some of that into her mind specifically.
You're trying to heal her brain. You're trying to give her brain hit points.
Correct. Yeah. Specifically with like the whole transferring effect instead of healing directly effect.
Okay. How many hit points?
I will upcast it and I will dump a 4th level, so that will be 5d8 necrotic on me to heal her brain skis.
Okay.
31.
All right, so you
31
just
necrotic damage.
and she receives all of that damage, all of that healing.
Yes.
Okay, so your mind starts to weak. You get a little bit of a nosebleed as you just like shoot all this energy through her brain. To your chagrin, it doesn't stay in the brain. It seems to go straight to her nervous system, and it shoots throughout her body, and you see her slightly be able to carry herself better. Her knees are fixed, and her arms are fixed, and are no longer broken.
Just a point of order. Life transference doubles the damage you took in healing.
Oh,
So
It'd be
she's
52.
okay.
she is at full.
Oh, well, at least that's something.
Place the
well.
watch on her wrist, the amulet of proof against detection and location as well.
Daraska looks at the sees that she's up and can move, and she just looks at the professor with a
She reaches toward her neck and feels nothing there, and goes and reaches back
shit.
towards the room.
shit. No, that's not what we're doing today.
How far is it?
It's behind the locked door.
It's behind the locked door
Oh, yeah.
in the corner of the room.
All right.
I use
Um,
magnesis.
I take out the pin that I took from her cloth. I'm like, here, this.
No, she's reaching for her neck and reaching back into the room.
Shit. Fuck. The thing can turn into something else, right? It can turn into
it is
whatever
a
we
shift
want.
weave.
It's shift weave. So shift weave it into a silver flame necklace.
She looks at it and she just kind of reaches for it and grabs it, and then
There we go.
holds it
Okay.
and rocks back and forth.
Good. Everything's gonna be fine. I see no issues. Okay. And Daraska is gonna kind of
There goes your cleric's
Put her-
holy symbol.
put her over her shoulder, and is going to try to be as subtle as possible, and nods at Professor.
Great. Professor, using her final 2nd level spell, she's just blowing through him this morning, places a hand on her forearm and casts invisibility.
So she has no equipment, no armor, nothing. And you cast invisibility, and Droska is carrying her. Got it.
Mhm.
And she's
Yes.
at full.
Did you take her stuff at least? And did you put the watch on her?
They put the
Watch
watch
is
on
on
her,
her
and they did not take her stuff except for the pin.
because we used vortex warp to cause less of a scene.
Oh, sorry. I had to stop.
Wilson is still in the
Yeah.
cell, but Zero doesn't realize what just happened.
You would see that you would see all that.
I
'cause
can
Wilson's in
see
the cell.
outside the cell.
No, but you saw her blip out of existence, which means you probably know Professor used vortex warp as she planned.
Oh, right. Is Wilson able to get her box and move it, or is he too small to deal
I'd
with
say
it?
he's too small. It's a lockbox about this big. It's like a
Okay.
foot locker.
could it take an item?
It could probably take one item.
I mean,
Either a weapon or her actual necklace.
The necklace is a spellcasting focus.
Yep.
That's
I
valid.
would be smart enough to realize that that'd be important, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go and I'm gonna have Wilson grab the holy symbol.
Have Wilson make me a stealth check.
Okay.
This might be the most important roll of the session.
Add a +3.
Oh, Winston. I keep saying Wilson.
Wilson, the volleyball, starts rolling. Thank you, one person who got that.
I got it. I'm just trying to figure something out at the same
I
time.
got it. I'm just tired.
We're probably going to go about 30 minutes over. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Inspiration for Winston, by the way.
Yeah, I will definitely take advantage of that right now. Thank you.
Too bad it's only Wilson that's on screen right now.
Yeah, I know. I literally only have Wilson in my notes, so I'm doing that find and
I
replace.
thought it was
said
Wilson.
Wilson 100 times.
I think it's Wilson.
Yeah, okay. We'll go with Wilson.
I mean,
So
I will go
do
back.
it.
on my character sheet.
It's whatever you want. It's just I thought it was Wilson.
If I've been saying Wilson, we're saying Wilson.
Okay, what'd you roll?
16.
Whatever his name is, runs across the room, and panics for a second and kind of stops and looks up as the bugbear goes, "Hey! Stop! What are you doing?" And then starts snoring again.
There's no gaps for him to leave the cell through, right?
Bars.
The
maybe?
bars. He'd
There are
have to be able to climb up there, but yeah, I think that he probably could.
Okay, cool. Then he'll do that.
Okay, so he grabs the necklace, hops up through, and chases after the rest of the party. Basilisk and Zero. As all this is happening, he finishes the ritual, and he looks down at all of the onlookers, and he picks up this disc-like object, holds it in his hands as it seems to still be steaming, and then he drops it in some water, then picks it back up and looks at it. It's this circular disc about this big, and so he's holding it kind of like this. And he turns and goes, "Long ago, the giants of Zendrick had an empire that spanned our world." He turns and looks at the two of you. "Now we are confined to our tiny island, a ruin lost among the seas. I will emerge as king of a new empire where my people once again reign supreme. Our technology is recovered, our magic reborn, and the lesser creatures of this world either dead or bent to our will. Like you'll see it before me." And he kneels down and offers it to you two. "And the lords of dust at my side, I will turn the ring of Cerberus into a blazing firestorm of death. Arganesson, Eranal, and Corvair will be a barren, rocky wasteland. The perfect canvas for us to paint upon." He offers it to the two of you.
I will step up to his giant hand with both my hands out to receive this disc and say, "We look forward to seeing that glory." And I'll take it from him.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's literally almost exactly like what it looks like, the disc.
Carl Sagan would be upset at that perversion of his golden discs.
He stands up and goes,
Where are the rest of your ilk?
Oh, I thought you were going to say something, so I was letting you go.
Oh, I was looking to. They are resting for a long journey. We should be leaving shortly. We're going to go wake them now.
My volume is messing up again. Can everybody speak?
Hi.
Hi.
It was one time at James Camp.
Give me a moment. Speak.
Hello.
Chicken nuggets and
Not
French
without a treat.
fries.
Crap.
We
Arf,
like
arf,
trees
arf.
and we like the
Oh,
skies.
wait. Not
And
without a treat.
sometimes I don't like the skies, like when they're on fire. Capitalism's a disease.
Okay, our son likes to get on this computer and wear the headphones, and
Mhm.
he like yanks it. So I think he broke my cable.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Why are you
Oof.
looking? Why are you looking confused?
What?
That wasn't confusion.
That was just sadness about your cable.
Yeah.
That's fine. And Graham, he is 11, and he just moves around really
Then
fast.
you need to be better with your word choices.
He yanks the cable. This
Lost
disgusting
cable.
human.
I learned it by watching you.
It's still not working.
I hate when the dads fight. Oh no, it's not working.
Stay together for the kids, okay?
Stay together for us, okay? At least get me through college.
You're going to clown college and you'll like it.
I know. I was born to be a silly Billy. I would have slayed in clown college.
Carpooling would have been easy.
Carpooling, super easy. Big old shoes, big old noses, big old parties, I bet.
All right, I think it's
You know
working
they say
now.
about a guy with big shoes. He went to clown college.
Where were we? I apologize.
Where
I
are the
was
rest of
taking
them?
the disc
Who's in-
from him, and he asked where our companions
Right.
were. I told him
That they're still
that
resting.
they were asleep, and that we were going to go wake them and depart right now.
Right. You won't stay for a celebratory brunch?
Oh, I
As
wish
we said
could,
last
but-
night,
Right.
our timetable has moved up.
I see. Of course. At this moment, Professor Droska and Beacon charge past the golems into the room.
Softly, silently.
Yeah. Just mind their business.
Oh, they woke up on their own. Look at that.
Yeah.
I'll look over. I mean, we see them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, good. Good, you're here. Let's get the hell out of this underground cavern.
Yes.
There's a path back. There's a path back towards the library. Just take it up, and it will hopefully lead you to wherever you have planned to go.
Excellent. I'm sure you'll be hearing from our superiors soon.
Basilisk?
Having judged the map earlier, is that actually an expedient path?
It's hard to tell. There are tunnels, and some of them are marked, but all of them are kind of vague as to where they go. But as you say, what exactly did you say again, Will?
Excellent. I'm sure you'll be hearing from our superiors soon.
And Zephyr pops in.
And you hear behind you.
God damn it.
Oh, god damn it.
Will they? And you turn around, and Zephyr is standing there. And standing next to him is a tall, lean, muscular figure
that appears to have a entirely made of metal arm that looks familiar.
No, no. No, Jay!
And
Wait.
Zephyr goes, "Ah! Our friends arrived on time. This is quite exciting, isn't it, Stab?" And the being just goes, "Stab." "Ah, Mr. Black, I have delivered the key as you so wished." And Zephyr goes, "Of course. Now."
I'm gonna cast Greater Invisibility on myself.
Everyone roll initiative.
And as soon as that happens, Drassa just goes, just like, I assume Mind Leak is still up, so in her mind she just goes, run!
Alright. I need to know from a group perspective, is the plan to run? Or are you planning on fighting this?
Right? That's
I
smart,
think we should
right?
run.
It's Zephyr revives Stab with a metal arm and a fire giant.
Yeah, I think we go. I think we get out of Dodge.
And about 30 goblins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Thirty
he's
goblins.
already bleeding. Like,
What?
Mhm,
A
mhm.
goblin.
God. I'm not about this life.
Yeah, I think
I
we
would
go.
rather pull a Thermopylae and get them to the tunnel, and then whoever follows us, kill them if we need to, but keep running.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm
Alright.
good with that plan.
Okay, so instead of rolling initiative, a chase begins.
Shit.
Pick one of your group to roll an initiative for your group.
Basilisk.
You fool.
What do you mean? You're the next space.
Yes.
Wait. How
Because
is
I
your
just
deck?
rolled
Wait.
initiative, so
Oh.
and it wasn't great.
How was I supposed to know that?
That is true.
Statistically, I was choosing properly.
That,
You did great. You did great. You
Wait,
you did
Basilisk, what's your dex?
Oh.
What's your initiative?
What's your
My initiative is a 5 right now.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I rolled.
Oh my god,
Oh no,
mine
what's your bonuses?
My bonuses is a +3 to Dex.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
So,
Still.
Maybe the barbarian would have been better.
so,
No, I was +3 too.
so, the bad guys go first.
What are guys invisible?
Stab's eyes all of a sudden seem to glow, and he
Great.
immediately tracks towards Zero,
Oh, good.
and he charges. At the same time, Gorodan looks confused, and Zephyr just goes, "I gave them a chance, and I gave you a chance. Here's your last one. Kill them." And Gorodan just immediately conjures this giant axe made entirely of fire.
That's rude.
No,
He's really hot.
And he's going to Stab is going to make an attack at Zero.
Okay.
Does Stab is making an attack.
Stab is making an attack. I'm just doing these unlike group initiatives right now.
Yeah.
17 on you, Zero.
17 misses.
Okay. He runs up and his arm literally just like turns and it opens up and it turns into this massive mace. And he slams it down on the ground, shattering the floor underneath you as you just barely just like out of the way and you continue to run.
Right.
Meanwhile, Gorodan is going to swing down at probably you, Basilisk, because you were also lying to him, and he swings down. That is a 27.
Would you know it? No.
No, that doesn't hit, is what it was. Yeah.
No, just no.
Just no. Just no. Just say no.
Okay,
To
that
death.
is 20 bludgeoning damage,
And
minus
16 fire damage.
and 11 fire damage.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting
And
for.
that's why we're running.
And you just kind of dive out of the way, but the flames of this axe and the shock waves that it sends knock you to the ground and singe your skin. But it is now your move as you get to run as the goblins are starting to converge on you.
Well, funny thing you say that. Is our short king, literal short king, is he there?
He is not.
Shit.
Ah, our
You
majesty.
are not
Actually,
playing.
hold on. Let me roll for it.
You are not. You are not making this.
You know
fun for
what?
us.
Short King is there, and he's kind of like sitting on the side, and he seems to be eating like something out of a bag, and he's watching all this. He hasn't joined the initiative.
I love that for him.
I guess
him.
I will sort of.
Fucked up unknown.
My friend is gonna hate me for this, and I can't take credit for this. But there's a bag. It's a bag of what look like chips called Flesh Fresh.
Flesh fresh.
Yeah, and they appear to be pointed ears that appear to have been like dried and salted.
Gross.
Ah, like pork rinds.
Hmm.
Sort of.
Anywho,
Except worst.
I guess I'll roll backwards onto my feet, so that's 15 movement gone.
You didn't go prone. You didn't go prone. That was flavor.
Oh, you okay? I'm gonna use dodge as my action, and as a free action. I don't know if this is. You tell me. I would like to make an appeal to Short King.
What kind of appeal? What do you say?
Your Highness, our daddy. Your. Yeah, there we go. I was waiting for that expression.
I will give
We are
you my
working-
inspiration. You get my inspiration from last game.
Nice. They will not let you have this land. We just want it to be peaceful. We don't work with them or for them. We are against them. Your enemies are against you. Rise up now.
Make me a persuasion check.
I will use that inspo.
Alisana just passing it out to us. You might as well be a member of this game at this point.
Yeah, like for real.
Oh, I have my own inspo apparently.
Double,
Okay.
double,
You
double.
do. Ah, you're rich in inspiration.
So that's a dirty 20, but I think this is important enough that maybe I should use it. What do you guys think?
As are you rolling for all of us as we're running, kind of still, or is that?
This is
Not-
to appeal to.
So what I'm doing is this is
Oh,
all
I
of your
can use
turn
it.
right now, and I want to know what all of
Okay.
you are doing. Don't think in terms of feats.
Okay.
Don't think in terms of like things like that. Just tell me what you're doing.
Got you.
Kind of
I
call
can
kind
use
of Call of Cthulhu-ish rules. In
Gotcha.
terms of like
Yeah,
that sort of
they
thing.
did.
Yeah.
Right.
I say use
So
it.
is it- Yeah, okay. I will do that and see
You
what happens.
have to take the new roll.
No.
No.
Okay, cool.
It is.
Tried to save my
Which one?
possible character.
It is a 24 now.
24.
Nice. Absolutely.
He goes, I know, this is the perfect opportunity. And he just kind of nods, and coming through the wall is this massive battle tank looking thing. That's manned by a bunch of goblins, and all the goblins jump on it and start firing just at Gordon.
Is it using railguns? I'm just.
Hold on
I
a
just
second,
wanna-
my
Please.
headphone keeps headphones keep
Please
going out.
let it be using hit railgun.
So
That's
at least
the
it
list. That was
wasn't
so
a
worth
complete-
it.
At least
Just
it wasn't a complete waste if I brought a broke ass railgun into the underground. If it played out this way, somehow.
Yeah,
get
like they
Mad
took
Max
that and made
scene that just comes through the wall. Like
Just Kool-Aid manning it.
definitely good trade
Hold on,
off.
I'm gonna take my headphones to Wi-Fi. Hopefully their battery's left.
All right.
Just give me
I
a
remember
moment.
there
No
was
can
one
hear you.
time.
No one can hear you.
Take it to China, the Chinese chicken.
Oh, it's been.
No one
Oh,
can
no.
hear you. No one can hear you.
It's man.
Sorry, guys.
You're good.
Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Da, 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 da. If we get flagged on TOS, that
The
means
goblin from Ipanema
Running.
goes
I'm just gonna
walking.
do this.
I was gonna say our changeling from Ipanema, but
Oh, that's cute. Except you're holding the changeling,
I am holding the changeling,
who is invisible.
who is invisible. I really hope I.
she's on layaway then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, we got the Kmart
Give me one moment, I'm
changeling.
sorry.
All good. So, who has what's everyone's movement speed?
Mine is going to increase after I use a bonus action to 40.
Damn.
And I'm about to have I luckily for the day rolled a swiftness potion, so I will have 35 feet of motion.
Great. I was thinking my other option was going to Daraska was going to grab Professor, because I know Professor usually has lower speed, but if you have
Nah.
the swiftness, that'll
I
make things easier.
lucked
carrying
out
someone.
today.
Yeah, Daraska has a high strength score. Daraska could theoretically carry 2 people.
So this will change if if that used my action or if that was my free action or bonus action. We'll wait for you guys to get back.
Okay. This is the best I can do.
Can you hear me?
You can
Yeah,
hear
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
Sorry. So yeah, like this weird battle tank looking thing. It actually looks more like the Shagahad from Metal Gear Solid 3 in
Nice.
terms of it's got like these drills as like part of its design, and like a massive, there it goes again, railgun looking piece of shit. And stop it! Why is this okay? Gordon doesn't seem to be like really hurt by these things, but he's kind of like pelted. And he's like, but yeah,
Was
he
that
is
my
just-
action or was that a free action?
that was your thing you're doing for your turn. Are you running?
Yeah, I was gonna like throw in some dashes in there.
Yeah, you're running. I'm not keeping
Okay.
track of like distance. This is kind of like a
Okay.
skill challenge sort of thing.
Cool.
But as it crashes through the wall, the foundation of the entire complex starts to rattle and shake. What are the rest of you doing?
I'm casting another spell. I'm casting Fire Shield on myself, and I'm invisible, so there's no
Isn't that-
visuals to it.
Isn't that concentration?
It is not.
Oh.
However, I'm choosing a Cold Shield, and basically, if someone hits me with an attack, they're going to take damage, and I'm gaining resistance to fire damage.
Nice.
I'm also activating my Blade Song, and I'm running.
All right, so you are basically booking it,
Yep.
running, creating this shield of energy around yourself. Professor, you're also bolting. Anything else?
Yes. I am going to chug my swiftness potion so that I have 35 feet of movement instead of my normal 25.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, Beacon.
I am also going to run, but with my action, I'm going to cast Guardians of Faith behind me.
You mean Spirit Guardians?
Nope, I mean Guardian of Faith.
Is that
I need to roll for
is that the
concentration.
big fuck off one that if something comes within
Yep.
its range, it smashes? Okay.
Yep. Automatic 20 damage.
All right. So, great. Hammer, you're bolting.
Hammer is bolting. Hammer was thinking of doing something very specific, which was as she's running, since I'm guessing Stab is likely going to be in the way.
He's
As we
chasing
do
you.
that?
He's not in the way, but he's chasing you.
never mind. We're just gonna keep running. Yeah, Daraska is going to be running, and I am going to. Yeah, she's going to dash. Um, I'm trying to think if I want to bonus action rage just in case I get hit by something. Yeah, I'm gonna bonus action rage.
Okay.
In case I get hit by something.
We're going into straight up skill challenge mode.
Cool.
We're out of initiative, but I'm telling you what's happening. As you run through this hall, you see fleeing goblins that are all like going towards Gorodan. But literally they're getting thrown out of the way, kind of like I keep making references and I hope y'all get them. But in Resident Evil 2, when Mr. X walks by a goblin, he's just like, or a zombie, and he's just like,
yeah,
and just knocks him to the side. That's what he's doing with all these goblins, and he's just like storming towards you, and he's like smashing the walls as he goes, trying to bring the ceiling down on you. I need everyone to make me a dex save.
Good.
Stab gonna give it to you. That's right.
They're gonna give to you. 12.
My favorite-
17.
Oh shit! Phew.
My favorite thing about that meme, Smuggles, is the video I first saw that in. When he says, knock, knock, open up the door, it's real. At that very beat, he opens the door and steps in.
That's amazing.
And I just thought that was great. Anyway, who got below a 13?
And I would like to say that no matter what, I am covering Vera so that
You
I
don't
take
want to
hits before
repeat
anything
Okay.
of the
else.
university.
I literally was thinking about that. I'm like, I'm not gonna be surprised by that again.
All right, you take 11 points of bludgeoning damage. You take 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm gonna take half that because I'm raging.
Okay.
I am bloodied.
Beacon, you are pinned to the ground by some rubble as Stab approaches and looks like he's about to just bring his arms down on you. What does the party do?
I would like to shoot him in the knee to hopefully try and just make him fall backwards.
Make your attack roll. What are we doing about Beacon?
Oh no, I don't have that.
Joska's gonna go and yank Beacon away.
Make me an athletics check.
Great, with advantage because I am raging.
I accept this.
Also, I can healing word you.
That's a 14.
14. You fail to get all of it off of him, and you pull him, and you hear his back crack. That probably would feel good in any other circumstance. But he is still pinned. Stab is gonna take those 20 points of damage as that thing comes down on him. But he kind of shrugs it. He shrugs it off. What was your attack roll, Basilisk?
9.
9.
Oh.
The bullet bounces off his metal arm as you miss his knee.
As Dross is pulling Beacon free, I'm gonna run in with my scimitar and cast Booming Blade, and take a swing at Stab to try and wreath him in thunder energy that'll proc a few moves.
All right, make me the attack roll.
Okay. 14.
That does not make contact.
I think I have advantage because I'm invisible, right?
Yes, you do, and this will break your greater invisibility. Okay, so go ahead.
Greater is up. 16.
16 still doesn't make it. He just kind of grabs your arm and just Beacon, would you like to do something?
Yeah, I'm gonna cast command on him, and just the telepathic voice of Uro comes through as flee. And I will use my harness divinity to give him disadvantage. Well, no, just my psychic feedback, because he's making a wisdom save. Yep.
Okay. First one is a dirty 20.
Lower.
First one is second one's a 21.
No.
Ugh.
Wow.
He passes.
You hear the psychic feedback just like push back into your head as you realize this is a being of just like pure rage and anger. But yeah, he is going to make his swing and bring it down on you, Beacon, unless Professor has something.
Well, I was gonna attempt to healing word just to like brace some of the damage that's gonna happen now.
Okay,
That's valid.
make that healing word. He's making his attack roll with advantage.
Right, that's 7 points of healing.
And holy shit, he rolled a 13 with
To hit?
advantage. Yeah.
Wow, that's like the first time I get to say that doesn't hit.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
He's so mad. He's so mad that he brings his arm down and just smashes the ground next to you. But he's getting like pelted by bullets, by swords. He's catching that. And he's just too distracted and angry, and he just kind of beats the ground like a gorilla. You'll have another chance. What are you doing?
I'm just getting up and running. Dashing at this point. Fuck.
Beacon, you're still stuck.
Ah!
Oh, he didn't break up the rubble when he went. Okay.
Okay. Droska's gonna try to pull Beacon out again.
Go.
I got a dirty 20 to hit this time with Booming Blade.
I'm using my inspiration. Wow. These dice are going to jail. None of these are rolling above a 10. That's a 12.
Okay, Booming Blade makes contact. This slows him down and backs him up, and he tries to move and just takes some thunder damage, and he holds his head in pain. He's going to lose his turn in the skill challenge. Make me one more try to get him out of there.
That's a 9 with advantage.
Holy shit.
Whoa.
These I need to get the big guy.
I'm just gonna try to blap him with a guiding bolt.
Okay, you have disadvantage.
Oh, because I'm so close.
And you're prone.
Yep.
I don't think prone would matter. It's the proximity in this case.
Yeah,
Okay.
Proximity.
No,
No.
it's ranged attacks at you when you're prone that are at
Yeah.
disadvantage. Okay.
Correct.
Alright, make the attack.
Okay. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it be a natural one? Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You blast at him, and
Woo!
it goes wide as your bolt of energy smashes into the wall, and the whole room starts to shake again. Everybody make me a dexterity saving throw.
Are you
If you get below a 13, you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, I rolled a 4.
14.
Meets it, beats it. I got a 13.
Okay.
I assume it beats it.
I drop it by 4 because of
I'm gonna say at this point,
Stuff.
Stab is so angry and smashing into the ground so much, he's gonna make one more attack roll against you, Beacon.
and
I didn't get to do my action.
Oh yes, what?
While he's kind of distracted, I kind of just want to sneak up behind him and just put the gun right like where the metal meets the shoulder and just try and separate it by a blast.
Alright, make me an attack roll with advantage.
Okay, this would be great if this stuff wasn't all here. Natural 20.
Excellent.
Thank
Yeah.
You shoot his arm and it goes like in between the metal and it just goes limp, and he reaches around and tries to smack you, and then he smacks the ground like fucking King Kong, breaking up the rock enough around Beacon that you can pull yourself up. And his arm is now out of commission, so he's only got one to use.
Right.
He might use his action to fix it, but it would take an action. So, you're all free. You are able to run. He takes a swing, but he spends the time trying to fix his arm. As you continue, the walls start to burst open as as you can feel heat starting to come from behind you. The forge has become unstable somehow. And through the walls in front of you, magma starts to pour. What do you do?
What about a massive tank battle underground would make the forge go unstable?
Yeah.
The largest forge in Corvair.
I love that for us.
How much lava are we talking? Are we talking impossible to pass?
No, you can probably pass, but it's significantly likely that unless you are very careful or have a plan, you are going to step in this lava. And the amount of space you have to maneuver is shrinking by the moment. It's pouring in.
I'm going to.
It's magma.
Magma.
Sorry.
I'm going to bolt straight for the lava as fast as I possibly can, and then cast Misty Step as soon as I get to the very edge of it to blip right past it.
You do.
Okay.
You start to notice ahead of you that the walls are no longer as rocky as they head up at a steep incline, and you start to see bits of glowing purple between the rocks.
I will.
What is everybody else doing?
I want to use an off-brand use of insightful fighting to try and give everyone a better chance of stepping through this.
Okay, make me a...
I don't know how to insight.
I will
how
allow
things are
this,
going.
but make me a survival check with proficiency.
Okay.
Let's pretend you have proficiency.
Okay. It'll be easier if I'd actually just press the that thing. I don't know how this works now because every time I'm supposed to roll insight, but nah, this doesn't actually work now. So
what
it's
is wisdom and proficiency?
Wisdom and proficiency is a 7, same as my insight. Or no, I'm rolling the wrong thing. That's why. Yeah, I was trying to roll insight, but I'm actually supposed to be rolling survival, so that's not really very helpful. It ended up being a 12.
Okay.
So I can't do my insightful thing to it anyways.
You're trying to like watch and gauge how it's happening, but the cavern starts exploding and like you hear explosions behind you. Stab is like running up like a gorilla on all fours, coming right at you from behind. You have no time to think. Beacon, what are you doing?
I'm gonna cast Enhance ability on myself, Cat's Grace, to give myself advantage on Dex checks, and hope it helps.
Make an acrobatics check.
Okay, thank you.
Hammer, what are you doing?
How far are we from the lava? Like, how far is the gap of the lava?
There's like bits in the middle of it. Like distance is kind of a non-issue. You'll be able to get through it if you make the right check and you do it well, or you come up with a really cool idea.
Because I for the first time in my entire Dungeons and Dragons career, I looked up what the long jump mechanics are.
Oh,
dude. So if I move up to, if I have used at least 10 feet of movement, which obviously I have because we've been running this whole time, I can jump up to my strength score across a gap, and that is my strength score is 18, so I can leap 18 feet ahead.
Jesus Christ!
Now
that's amazing.
This is assuming the height of the jump doesn't matter. And my theory to you is that the height doesn't matter because all the magma is on the ground. It is not a low wall.
Make me an athletics check.
Okay.
I'll allow this.
And with advantage.
Normally it would be acrobatics, but it's athletics. And Beacon, you got a 6 with advantage?
Yep. A 2 and a 5.
We're cursed.
This has been bad tonight. What'd you get, Hammer?
15.
15. You make it across the lava. just barely. You're like, whoa, as you almost fall backwards into it. Beacon, you fall into it, and you're just like, as it's like singeing your knees as you kneel in it, and you get back up, and you Super Mario, as you like bounce across it over to the end.
Sorry. Was he? What do they do as they run across?
Shut up.
What's the noise they make?
Shut up. Zero. You misty stepped, Professor.
So Professor will click her heels together to activate the spider climb boots. And she'll climb up walls and jump to things as deftly as she can.
You, the walls continue to explode behind you as you see Stab just get to the edge of the lava and start to walk through it, but it starts literally filling up the room, and he's like halfway. It's like it starts to get like halfway up to his stomach, and he's like panting heavily, but he keeps on walking until he is literally just like lost in the lava.
Before he totally gets engulfed by it, can I cast a spell on him?
What do you want to cast?
Tasha's Mind Whip.
Just to rub a little salt in that wound.
I thought you were gonna cast Sword Barrage again.
I mean that would be.
I spit a bunch of swords at him.
All right. Yeah. Make me the attack. Or was it
He
save?
makes an intelligence saving throw.
That is a 17.
He passes, unfortunately.
He rolled really well on that. He's not necessarily a really smart boy. He's not stupid, but
I want his dice.
Yeah, his dice sound good.
anyway, you make it out of these tunnels, but as you go ahead, the walls give off this eerie light that starts to make your head ache. You realize that you've gone deeper into the Earth, or
The planet.
Deeper into the planet than you thought. As you climb up, your head aching, you hear whispers, you hear voices, you feel powers of evil and incarnate horror beyond anything that you've ever experienced. And all of you make a wisdom save.
Oh wait, I'm good at those. If anybody's within 10 feet of me, they can add a +2.
Yeah.
We're holding hands.
I'll take that for an 11.
Actually.
If you want.
Is this technically a charm effect or a sleep
No.
effect?
No.
Oh God.
25.
I'll take the +2 for a 12.
I'll take +2 for an 8.
Wait!
An 8. I rolled a 6.
I used
I
my
can't roll
good.
You
Oh no!
No. God damn it. Why can't we roll today? What's going on?
Okay. If you failed, if you got below
What
a
was the-
15,
Yeah.
Yep.
Did we all get below 15?
It's all the
No.
Everybody
got 25.
Okay, Beacon's on it.
Beacon's fine.
You are our beacon in.
This one time in
Beacon, you're
today's
the
episode.
You're literally our trip sitter. Let's go.
you take 13 points of psychic damage as you start to see music box around every corner. You start to hear the voice of that creature again, and you think that it's what's assaulting your mind. And the very walls seem to reach out to grab you. Beacon, all of their noses are bleeding, and they're starting to panic. They're all frightened. Basilisk, you take double that. So I think that's 26, because you're nat 1.
So I'm out.
Oh!
Yeah, he literally starts hemorrhaging and just kind of falls to the ground. Beacon, you know where you are. You know what this is. That you're in the depths of Kyber. And you are way further below than you ever thought you could be.
Let's
You need to get out of here.
Get up! And I'm gonna cast heal. Continue running.
You cut out on Discord.
I was really loud. I was like, Basilisk, get up! As I cast healing word. There we go.
Alright. Healing word, how many points of healing damage?
Burr, 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 burr.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. 6. All right, cool. You're back up, Basilisk. You're woozy. You're still frightened, and he says, "Run!" All of you, as behind you, you look, and the rock seems to be like shutting, and then a face, this horrifying visage of this toothy maw, so to speak, is opens wide, and you see complete darkness as it starts rushing up the hall towards you, looking like it's ready to eat you. And you all bolt and bolt and bolt. And finally, after what feels like an hour, the rock ceases to glow, and you make your way up into these dirt corridors, bones lining the walls, like a catacomb of some sort. And as you keep moving, you approach a door set into the wall, bones surrounding it. This door appears to be made of some form of chitin, of some sort of creature that you are not familiar with. We're out of initiative. What do you do?
Can I roll like a nature check to try to identify what creature this could be?
Sure.
Am I still frightened? Am I rolling at a penalty or anything?
What? Thanks.
Does it matter?
It
Doesn't matter.
doesn't. That's a 9. I can't roll.
You have no idea.
As the professor is looking at the door confused, I walk up and I cast Identify on it.
The door is not magical. It appears to be made out of the material of some of the... I didn't think about this. Fuck. I'm gonna say probably out of, probably out of Otyug. Like the bones of an Otyug.
Okay. It says I learn what. Wait. I guess yeah. Only if it's a magic item.
It's a door.
Yeah. Okay.
Draska goes up and just listens at the door just to see if there's anything on the other side. And by the way, Vera is fully visible now on her shoulder.
I was gonna go and check on Vera to see if she's still alive, considering if we took all that damage, how is she doing?
She was full health.
She was at full
health. She is.
So would I.
She is weak, but alive. As you hear the door, make me a perception check.
I finally got the high roll. That's a 21.
21?
All right.
You hear what sounds like rhythmically, and you hear the sounds of metal all moving together. And you hear nothing else. But it sounds like at least 30 voices.
Sounds like train.
What's the depth of the voice? Like, are they deep voices?
They sound like humanoids. That's all I'll say.
Do they sound like short kings? I think is the question.
Are we looking at goblins?
They do not. They do not sound like goblins. They sound like y'all.
Cool.
And I try and stealth through the door to try and see what we're dealing with before we commit to getting killed.
Describe exactly what you do.
I kind of just want to just inch the door open slightly, and then depending on what's there, because I can see in the dark, and then just try and slip through at the most minimum access point and try and stealth in.
Make me a stealth check.
+3.
And if my browser would actually move, that's great. That's great. +3, you said?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
25. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You open the door, and you see a room that seems to extend forever. Pitch blackness. The way dark vision works, you kind of see like almost like those like night filter cameras, just in shades of gray. And in the shadows, you see training dummies.
Oop.
And
Oh
in,
no.
and in
Oh,
front
you
of
froze.
Wait, you cut off. You cut off.
I cut off. I cut off.
Yeah.
You cut off
You
right at
literally
that
cut
moment
it. You
when
see.
you said you see.
I said, do you still hear me? Am I back?
We can
I
hear
still
you.
hear
Yeah,
you.
sorry. It was just a moment.
You see training dummies. And in front of those training dummies, you see 30 skeletal soldiers wearing very familiar uniforms. You are in a Karnathi training hall.
That's not where I thought we popped out.
Well, I assume you tell us this.
I assume I slink back out while telling them this.
Yeah. Well, we could either go back down to magma or go get murdered by Karnathi soldiers. Either way, we have a
just
choice. Wait,
for-
wait! I've got to say something real cool. Either way, we have a choice about the way we die.
There it is.
Ah.
I mean, of all the places to end on a cliffhanger. But what I was going to say is, did this hallway or this tunnel lead only to this door?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
And in fact, as you look back, the tunnel seems to have sealed up.
Ah,
Like there almost was no tunnel.
never mind. We never.
I can make myself look like I'm Karnathi.
Good. And the rest of us?
I don't
Cover
suppose you can
story?
do more
Hmm?
invisibility.
I don't
Should
think
we
I have enough
assume that
energy
this
to.
door is blocking off Kyber from their training facility or something else? Okay. Well, it's unlocked actually. They wouldn't.
It's unlocked, and maybe if we walk in and play nicely, they'll give us a place to stay. We are running from what seems to be a war quite near them, so maybe.
Should I make myself look at least a little bit like I'm Karnathi?
How good are you at that? Because if they catch that, then they will certainly suspect us.
I mean, I know what a Karnathi uniform looks like, right?
That's
Right,
true.
James?
Yeah.
I'm from like they were always attacking Seer, so
Yeah.
sure. Fuck it. I'll do it. I cast disguise self on myself. And I look like a milk toast human
Who has dark vision,
Okay.
by the way?
with a Karnathi military uniform.
Who has dark
Yep.
vision
Oh,
other than Basilisk?
I'll give the
I-
goggles.
I have
Goggles, you get
goggles.
them.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yes,
give goggles.
Basilisk.
I just want to say I used my health potion.
Okay. So Zero, you transform into this like. What are you thinking? You thinking zombie? You thinking skeleton? You thinking person?
Human.
Human?
Yep,
Okay.
human. Probably like sunken. Like I like pale and unhealthy. like maybe some amount of magic is keeping me one step out of the grave.
We're almost done, I promise. Hold on a second, Mike.
Right. So covers your refugees.
Wait, I didn't hear any of that. Are you just deciding on your story?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out our story.
Okay.
Refugees or something else?
That makes sense as it has a lick of truth to it.
Right. What's my story?
I
can't be from here, obviously.
We were explorers going through the Maror hold. Took a wrong turn. Kyber spit us out where it spit us out.
I
I'm exhausted.
I like that. I could be a contingent, a scout that was sent to the Maror holds. And I was traveling with you lot. Because you were in search of
Valuable metals. That's what they do.
crystals, dragon shards.
Yes. Metals, dragon shards, artifacts, anything.
And I was scouting for Karnath in the same regard. So we were a contingent brought by the dwarves, but our guide died in Kyber.
Yes.
Great.
Eugene was his name?
Yes, Eugene.
Tragic.
He was a
Yes.
fantastic dwarf of
Yep.
what
Maroran clan. The Maroran clan.
that one.
Roaring Clan. That's the one.
Great. Okay. Ready? Open the door.
You open the door. The entire room basically stops and immediately turns towards you.
Oh,
They're all
thank
silently
God.
looking at you.
Thank the blood.
Risky move.
Silence.
You all, can you get us to the surface? Please.
Coming from deeper in the room, out of the dark, you see I don't have a picture for this character, but you see this tall, very lanky, white-haired woman with sunken eyes, who looks oddly familiar, and she goes, "State your business. Who are you? Why have you wandered into our sanctum?
We
Name and rank, soldier!"
Madam, I am Zeros. I'm from I was sent on a scouting party to the Maror holds, and we were searching for dragon shards and other valuable metals with the dwarves. We got lost in Kyber, and this is where we are now.
She seems to be listening intently, but then from the darkness behind her, there's a hiss, a massive, horrible hiss, and you hear a voice say, "No, daughter. I know them." Stepping out of the darkness, you see a very familiar face, sunken in, red-eyed, skin pressed to their face. "They killed my son. They killed your brother." Darkon lore. His eyes glowing red, somehow back from the dead. Resurrected by his hate. stares you face to face. And on that, we're going to end our session.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Ooh, Mr. Darkin, no.
For those of you who haven't been there, Darkon Lore was a character in our session, our Mission Zero, our prequel mini episode. And the party
Died
killed.
during that. Did he?
He ran back into the poison, and held his son
As he died.
as he died, and he
The
died with his
warlord,
son.
Darkon Lore's Drago's dad, is pissed, is what my notes say. Something snaps behind his eyes is also in my notes.
Yeah,
That'd be great.
Music Box. I think Music Box told him, "Fuck your country."
Exactly.
That was
Exactly. And to follow up, Draska said, I am sorry for your loss. So I
yes.
just want the DM to put that into mind, is that the person who fully insulted them is no longer here. The person
I would like to remind the DM that I have a full subclass for the Bone Knight Paladin that would be perfect for this guy. Full character sheet and all. Don't have to make some random stat block and go full level 20. It's fine.
And that's how we all died.
I also just imagine Jaska being like, we might need Vera for this, and like considering just like rolling up an ankle and just writing.
Yeah.
So, so we're ending the session with you either coming up with some crazy escape plan from this room full of 30 undead and a revenant, or you're captured by the Carnathi.
You know,
I'm cool with either. That's Zach now.
But you will have several weeks to figure out what you're gonna do next, because my show company is opening, and I will not be able to do Friday nights for obvious reasons for a little while. That will end in that'll be about like 3 to 4 weeks of that. So we'll be back. Anyway, thank you for the few of you who donated. We have Avatar tomorrow, and we are continuing on with our shenanigans. Anything else that anybody wants to offer? I know we went a little longer than I even said we would, and I apologize, but we had somewhere to get.
We appreciate all the donations.
yeah, thanks so much for supporting Trans Lifeline.
Yeah, it brings
Thank
brings
you.
much joy to my heart.
Yes, our donation week ends tomorrow. So please donate what you can when you can. And the last one tomorrow is going to be Avatar Legends. So we're going to end with an Avatar RPG for our charity week. We are currently at $2,259 donated so far to Trans Lifeline.
Wow.
So thank you everyone who has supported us so far.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you, is it Alithana or Alithana?
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Let us know. Yeah, let us know how we pronounce your name, because we do say your name a lot.
And you are always a pleasure when you're in chat. Had it right first, Alithana. Okay. Beautiful. Anyway, clickety clackety. Please come backety. Let me see if there's anyone around to raid. We don't have a lot of people, but nah, I don't got anybody on the list.
Yes, in the morning.
Anyway. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, friends.
See you tomorrow.
Drink water.